Okay. All right. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our May 27th special State Board of Education meeting. We're going to get started. Thank you for joining us this morning. We're going to start with a moment of silence, just to have a little time to breathe, think about why we're here and what is best for the students of Arkansas. Okay, thank you. All right, next we have changes to the agenda. Do we have any changes to the agenda? Okay. If not, then we'll move to the consent agenda.
No items on the consent agenda.
And then we'll move on to the action agenda. And that is the Act 1240 Digital Learning Applications and Waivers. And that'll be Dr. Kiffany Pride or Ms. Carly Saraceni. Good morning, Ms. Saraceni.
Good morning, Chair, board members, Secretary Key. This morning, we're coming to you with our Act 1240 Digital Learning Applications and Waivers, and we're asking to expedite the process, or if any are going to need it pulled. Today, we're bringing you the ones we have approved. Several have sent in updated changes. So we're asking for 3 years. So any questions?
Do we have any questions? We'll start with Dr. Moore.
Would you like to go down the list?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll start with Truman. Truman did send in an email saying they do not need the class size or teacher load waiver. And I think those were your two major concerns. I'm confirming that, Tracy, correct? Mm-hmm. Sent in to Ms. Kaufman's office.
Every district on?
Yes, I see Brandy Williams. She's superintendent at Truman, if you would like to hear from her.
If there are applications that we do not have questions about, we want to expedite those. And the ones that we do have questions about, we'll keep those people on. So maybe let's start there. Are there ones that you'd like to pull to the side that you know you want to ask questions about?
Yes.
Go ahead, Dr. Moore.
So I would like to make sure we ask questions of all that have K6.
So all the applications that had K6?
Yes. I think that's about half of it.
Yeah, I just go through them.
Might be. It's just a 712.
Are there questions about BB?
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, so everybody that's got K6 you want to ask questions to?
Yes, and actually, let's see, Jacksonville, North Pulaski does not have K6, but I have questions for them too.
So keep Jacksonville, North Pulaski on.
They do not have, Hamburg's only 712.
I would be okay with letting Hamburg go.
Okay.
What about BB? Did someone have a question for BB?
I'm looking.
They're just 712 only.
Where's what? I can't find them. Oh, there they are. Yes, I have questions for BB.
Okay, so let me keep BB on.
Texarkana's K-12.
Texarkana, now you worked with you heard from Texarkana at this work session. Are we good with Texarkana?
I'm good with Texarkana.
Good.
Yes.
Dr. Moore? Okay.
Russellville, they do have K-5.
So we'll keep Russellville on the line.
Jasper is 9-12 only.
I had questions for Jasper.
Keep Jasper on.
Harrison is 3-12.
Keep Harrison on.
Bergman is 9-12. You don't have any?
I was okay with Bergman.
Okay. Valley Springs is K-12. Okay. Berryville is K-12.
Yes, I do.
Pea Ridge.
Any questions?
We do have questions for P Ridge, okay. Bentonville. Keep Bentonville on, okay. Gentry. It's only 7-12. No questions, no issues. Rogers School District, now, we did have the amendment for Rogers where they changed their teaching load to 180. So do we have questions for Rogers?
I would like to ask a couple of questions on K6.
Okay, Rogers for
Okay,
K6.
thanks.
Springdale, keep Springdale on.
Yes.
Johnson's K-12.
West Side Johnson, now that we heard from them at the work session. Still have questions?
Yeah.
Okay, keep West Side on. And then Fort Smith, keep Fort Smith on. West Memphis?
Yes.
Bryant,
I'm okay with Brian.
okay. No questions for Bryant?
Nope.
Okay.
What about Valley Springs?
Who?
Valley,
Valley Springs? Yeah, we kept them on the list.
kept them on? Okay.
Okay, so let me make sure that I noted the ones. They're staying on the list, right?
First two.
Wait, what was that? So this was
Truman.
Truman, and what was this one?
Jacksonville.
Okay, North Pulaski. Okay.
BB. Hamburg.
No, Hamburg is okay.
Okay, and so is Texarkana.
Okay, so the ones that we're going to ask for you to go ahead and make an action on to approve, go ahead.
Well, and just when you list them, tell me what their letter is on the agenda so I can note that on the
Okay,
voting form here.
Okay, we'll go back to that. So Hamburg, Texarkana, Harrison, no, Bergman.
Bergman.
Sorry, not Harrison. Bergman.
Gentry.
Bryant.
Bryant.
You're writing what down? Okay, she's writing the numbers for you. So the ones that you're going to take action on right now, and they're going to give you that numbers, are Hamburg, Texarkana, Bergman, Gentry, and Bryant.
Okay.
Mary Claire's writing them. And I'll let you lead them through that.
Would you like me to just read you the numbers for each one? Is that okay? Okay. Hamburg is V1D, as in dog. Texarkana V1E. Bergman V1I. Gentry V1N. And Bryant V1T. And you can make a joint motion on all 5 of these at once. I think It's common understanding now that these are the 5 schools we're talking about, so if you just make a motion to approve the 5 schools, these would be the 5 that we're talking about. Please include the number of years that you would like to approve the application for in your motion.
If there's no discussion, then we're ready for a motion to approve. Well, we're ready for a motion.
I move to approve these 5 schools for 3 years.
Do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion by Ms. Newton and a second by Mr. Sutton to approve the 5 schools for a number of 3 years. Is there any other discussion? Okay, then all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Okay.
And
Let me check, is Dr. Hill on the Zoom? Can anybody confirm? Dr. Hill, are you on the Zoom?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, different Dr. Hill. Fitz Hill.
Dr. Fitzgerald.
Okay. Thank you.
can I ask a request real quick for a second?
Yes.
3 of the districts that we listed that we have some questions for also participated in our work session the other night. So I would just like to ask to consider to move those 3 to the top to answer questions. And then, so that would have been Truman, Rogers School District, and Westside Johnson County.
Okay.
Just as we're going in order of those, just to, is that fine?
Thank you.
And so that would be Truman. Which of y'all for Truman?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Mr. Sutton, go ahead.
I just wanted to verify that every application that we're looking at today has been or is being recommended by the department for approval. Is that correct?
Yes, that
Yes,
is
sir.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to start with Truman, and I'm going to turn it over again to Ms. Brandy Williams, the superintendent, for any questions that you have.
Good morning, Ms. Williams. Welcome.
Good morning.
Glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions? We'll start on this side with Dr. Moore.
Yes, thank you all for being here again this week. I wanted to circle back and focusing on the K3, K4 grades about literacy, and wanted to hear you discuss your plan for literacy in these grades, what that looks like, what resources students will receive.
Okay, and I know we spoke about this, or I talked about this some the last time. Our numbers will be really small, and what we're seeing right now, and like I said too, it's changing every day with the vaccine that's come out. Just yesterday we had another family that said we feel more comfortable, we're going to send our kids back because of the vaccine. But with that being said, there are a few, and what we're seeing at the elementary level are those that were really talking about homeschool before are really liking because they participated in virtual this year and it worked great for their family. But remember, we're taking the committee approach. So we are looking at all the data, where they are as far as grades, attendance, how they attended to instruction, how much support was at home. Our students all have a liaison attached to them, and so the liaison's checking in at least once a week. Is the family communicating all of those things, and they're coming together as a group. And they've been having those conversations about whether they were interested next year or not. That's the conversations we've been having. And that number right now is less than 10 at elementary, which I like that. But what's been working for them is that some of them are doing asynchronous this year, some are doing synchronous, but next year the plan is for K2, really probably all of K4 because there's so few, it will be synchronous. And so they will either be depending on what the schedule is with the family. And that all goes back to that whole child approach, individual children. That's how we've been working it. is that we're hoping that they log in and participate with their class during the actual time of instruction in the classroom. But if not, the teacher that we have that's our coordinator for this is K6, years of experience. She's trained, she's going to be trained in all the curriculum that's on the state approved list, which for K2 will be Benchmark Workshop, and for 3-4 is going to be the Wonders curriculum with support from Hegarty's. And so they will get that instruction face to face. It won't be the computer program through Lincoln Learning. It will be the same curriculum that all the students get on site. Right now, most of those students are kind of doing a hybrid anyway. So if they have dyslexia services or GT or any of those things, they're coming on site. And that's what we're seeing these families like. They, again, this is a pretty small number that's really wanting to stick with a majority of their day virtual. Because of the way their home is designed, and they've got a lot of support for these kiddos. But they like having those options of being connected back to the school and not being full homeschool students. So for the elementary grade levels, that's how you see that working.
And I know we talked about that role of the teacher last week. As far as resources go, will these students be able to check out books from the library? Will they be giving texts? What does that look like?
Oh, yes, they do now. They come to the school. They have days, and they can come anytime. I mean, it's an open campus to those families. So they're our students. These are not students that we're putting off somewhere and they're in this virtual land. And I'm not putting that down for anyone that's choosing that option. I'm just saying for us, our entire goal here is to keep these kids connected to our school. That's what it's been from day one. That's why we had liaisons attached to students, and it wasn't a liaison with 150 kids. Like I talked about, our max is 60, and really it's been about 50, but we knew at 60 that the teachers we've talked to, all of them who were assigned as liaisons here through COVID, and that was the max that they could really attend to kids every week and talk to all the parents, you know, any grading assistants, any homework assistants, whatever it was, that was the max number of kids that they could really get to in a week. And so we capped that internally, that we would never have over 60 per liaison. The number's been about 50 all year. Right now, as I mentioned last time, we only have about 25, 30 that even want to do virtual next year. And it's because it's been successful for those families, and they want to continue instead of doing a full homeschool. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the relationship and the partnership we've had with them, and it's working. They're coming. We had 4 come to kindergarten graduation this week, and they were just lit up like Christmas trees coming up there, and their parents let them sing the songs and walk across the stage and that kind of thing. And that told me it was working, that they felt connected to come to the school. So that's our approach, and that's what we're trying to seek moving forward. The waivers that you see on there, again, as I said before, it's about full transparency for us. I cannot guarantee 6 hours of instructional time at home. I know, talking to parents, some kids are finishing a little early and some are taking longer than 6 hours. Some are doing kind of 2 days worth of work on Tuesday because mom's home and she works on Monday somewhere. And so that's really what this is about, is full transparency in the waivers. But at the same time, they're getting provided that full education.
And last question, your teachers are prepared to do that dual role?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And that's part of the reason with our coordinator, who's K6. She herself can take care of most of that. Our has been full support of teachers this year. That's why we pulled out teachers out of the classroom and hired some. We even had a couple long-term subs who were certified who helped us with liaisons during the height of COVID, I guess I would call it, because we did not want teachers bogged down. That was 100% the reason. And so we have been working with teachers to see the best fit for the student. If they have time and capacity, or just let the coordinator do that because she's got the experience and the license. Our goal is not just stick a kid with somebody, not to just make it work. It's about making sure that child's supported. They're our student. And that doesn't change just because the majority of their day they may be at home participating.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. McFetrich, do you have any questions?
No further questions, thank you.
Mr. Sutton?
No, ma'am, I'm good.
Dr. Rankin?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Williams, thank you for the information you've provided for us. My question is just a point of curiosity. I love the liaison, as you know, the relationship building that happens during that process. I think that is so critical to student success. I'm curious, with your liaisons, have they found or discovered a a type of communication that seems to bubble up as more prevalent, as being more successful. I'm curious whether that's like a one-on-one phone conversation, or is it email, is it texting, is it, I'm just curious if you've seen a pattern there.
Well, I'm going to tell you, it's been all over the place. And it's been, for us, it's whatever it takes. That is really the philosophy. And as I talked about a little bit, most of you probably know our area. We have a lot of poverty, and it's generational poverty. And we got a lot of hardworking families that they work overtime to provide for their kids. You don't walk in our schools and go, oh, these kids are doing without. That's just not the case. And so for us, it's whatever it takes. And so some parents want Facebook Messenger. Okay, we'll do that through the school account. Some we're doing text, and we use the Remind program, and so it's got the one-way text. Some want phone calls, and every liaison, we had phones installed in their offices. We also bought one phone, and I think I said this before, we're not real big provide cell phone people for employees. I don't like those floating around, but we did provide one phone, and it goes with the coordinator, and she checks it out to the other liaisons right now so she can text from the school cell phone, because some parents will text and they won't answer a phone call. And so it's really, we experimented with each family until we found that open line of communication, and that is the one we have rolled with. We've had just a couple this year, and those are not ones that will be participating next year. It didn't really work for them, but we just went to their house. Like, here we are, we're here to see you, what's going on. And we found out a lot of need, I'm going to tell you, this year when we went to homes, and it wasn't out to get you. We're here to support you. What do you need to help be successful? And, this year, thankfully, with ESSER funds and things like that, we were able to make sure everybody had internet in their homes with hotspots, whatever it has taken. And that will also happen next year for those families if they need it. So I hope that answers your question.
Oh, it absolutely does. I love the highly customizable communication streams, and I really applaud your efforts, because I know that is not easy. I do appreciate that. I think that's important for relationship building and connections.
We have a lot of determined people. Like, one way or the other, we're going to have connections with you. And I'm going to say it's been so positive. It's been a good year considering all that we've been through. Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Dr. Rankin. I do have a question, Ms. Williams. I love the idea of having a dedicated liaison to the students and families. That's a great resource that you all are providing. However, I would like to know, how often do the liaison and the teacher of record communicate, so that that information that the liaison is gathering on those students and families, and that communication is communicated in a consistent manner to the teacher, so that she can have the information she needs, he or she needs, excuse me.
That's a great question. I'm going to say this year I was able to spread the liaisons out because I had several. So if they were elementary liaisons, they were on elementary campus, so they were making connections right there. In Truman, our campuses are a stone's throw away from each other. They're a mile at most, mile and a half from each campus. And so as the years progressed, some of those liaisons went back to the classroom because kids came on site. It was a little bit fluid in that way. And so now the main coordinator, she's pretty much at every building every day, talking to whoever. It was funny because I teased her at kindergarten graduation. She had been at high school graduation helping with all that with those virtual students and their award ceremony and baccalaureate and all these things. She was popping up, and then I went over to kindergarten graduation, and there she was. And I said, well, Miss Hall, you're everywhere I go. And so that's attributable to her. Like, she is going and meeting with teachers and parents on all the campuses all the time. And she's not one, I say I have a couple employees, they like to be email warriors. And I'm like, that we got to have face-to-face conversations. And I don't have to worry about that with her, because she's been in the district a long time. She knows a lot of folks. She's dedicated to being here a long time. And she has a lot of connections with families because she's taught a lot of the siblings of these students and things like that over time. So it's really just worked out for us. And I think I said this before, if we don't have the right person in that seat, we're not going to do this. Because for us, it's about quality. And if we can't provide a quality experience, then we need to do something else. And so that's what we're dedicated to in this process.
Okay, so I love that she's on campus and floating. That's great. However, it's so easy for those students that aren't the attention grabbers to fall through the cracks. And that's what concerns me, I think, the most. And so that's why I wonder if there is a set, consistent pattern of communication between the liaison and the teacher to ensure that, that there are no students that are falling between the cracks and not getting that communication to the teacher. So is there like, we need to talk at least this many times a week or something like that that's set?
I think that and maybe we're coming at it from two different angles because we're so in it. Maybe I'm not explaining that well to you, so I apologize. That comes back to the once a week. That's required. That's the minimum.
That's the minimum.
And that's the minimum. And so I guess it's been so natural because we've been doing this so long, it feels like now at this point, but the minimum is there. So we're checking grades and attendance, and she's checking with the teacher and the student every week. So it's both teacher and student. But if there's any red flags, they didn't log on, they emailed for help, she couldn't get a hold of the parent, that's immediately now more often. So she's reaching out to the teacher and the student saying, are you having communication? Is there any problems there? And for us, when that red flag comes up, we're calling that parent meeting. So we're coming up then face to face to talk about next steps for that student. And that's, for us, it's kindergarten through 12th grade. Every student is the same there. We want them progressing through their curriculum and meeting those standards. So it's every week is the minimum, the teacher and the student. And if there, again, any little red flag, that's what they're doing all day, the liaisons, and that's what she'll be doing, is then meeting more often if we have to. And that does require going to campus, and she doesn't try to do that just all through email. Let's go talk about it. What are you saying? What work did you see? That type of thing. Have you talked to the family? If I haven't, back and forth. The families really have gotten accustomed to reaching out to the liaison first, and we did that in protection, so to speak, of the teacher. We know they can't answer the phone calls in the middle of reading class per se. But the liaison can be the in-between to say, oh, but she's free at 10:40 on her prep. That'd be a great time to call that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Williams. Ms. Newton.
She answered all of my questions on the lower level literacy, and so I just wanted to thank you for your insights that you've given us. The conversation with you was one of the most helpful that we had during the work session, as far as knowing what works and what doesn't work, and so I really appreciate the efforts that y'all have done this past year, boots on the ground, learning lessons of what works and what needs to be changed, and so I really appreciate your willingness to do what's best for students.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right. Having a moment. You're good? Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see. Who did I miss? Do we have any more questions? Okay. Well, if we have no more questions, then
I think for convenience for the people that are on the Zoom, it might be better if now the ones that we're asking questions on, you just approve them after
Right.
you're finished asking
That's what I was
questions, rather than wait and do them all in a big bunch. And if you'll remember to include the number of years.
Okay. So with that, we are ready for a motion, if there's no discussion.
Motion to approve.
Okay. For how many years, Mr. Sutton?
Well, that's a point of discussion. Are we trying to, well, I guess we should discuss this on the front end, or for my clarification, but are we wanting to back all these back to 3 years, even though most of them were drawn up as 5, or can we have a discussion on that for just a moment?
Yes, Mr. Sutton, I believe that's what the department is recommending, at least 3 years. And that was what was recommended.
That's what we're recommending right now, based on the
Yes.
state board's concern, is at least 3 years. And then we'll come back and be able to do our data points and pieces there.
Right.
Okay. So my motion is to approve for a 3-year term.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Sutton to approve Truman School District for 3 years. We have a second.
A second.
Seconded by Dr. Rankin. Any further discussion?
I do want to, I felt long and hard about whether to approve elementary grades. And I want to make it clear just on the record that we
We can't hear Dr. Moore.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I've thought long and hard about whether to approve elementary to so many districts in the state because it requires such from both the families and the school. And so I just want to make sure that all districts that are here today and are applying are thinking very serious about all grades, but particularly those lower elementary grades, what that looks like for those families and students. And that the department will be monitoring and following up with these districts, especially in these lower levels. The department has worked so hard and the state's worked so hard on reading the past few years. And I'm not saying virtual instruction can't be done through reading, but we want to increase and continue to increase, and we want to see that. And I hope that if districts are not doing well, they are upfront about that with their families and won't wait 3 years to change course, but will change course as soon as necessary if things are not going well.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Very well said. I agree with those points. We know the science, the study and the science of reading and how important it is in those formative years. So I think everyone will see the importance of being diligent about our children and the need to make sure that they are totally engaged. And it is a lot it's a lot of responsibility on the families and the schools to make sure at this very young age that things are being taken care of. So thank you for those points.
One more thing on that too, in talking with the department this morning, I was concerned that districts 1 or 2 years out would drop in number and they would have to place a burden of proof on more teachers doing dual roles. They would have to change class size and those types of things. And it's my understanding that if plans change from what they have submitted, they will go back through the department and back through us. And I think that made me feel better, but feel like if things, when numbers look different in 2 years, they can't drastically change what they have here without that approval and that oversight.
Sounds good. Thank you, Dr. Moore. Any other further discussion? Okay. Well, with that, we have a motion to approve Truman for 3 years. We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Williams, and congratulations to Truman.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
You too. Okay, next we have Rogers.
Good morning, Don Benton, Research and Technology. We have Rogers. We have representation from Rogers School District online if you'd like to ask questions. I'd like to note that they're asking that they're going to limit the teaching load for 612 to 180, which may be important for you guys to know. And also there's some class size where there's no waiver needed for that as well. I'll let you ask them the remainder of the questions for this group.
Ms. Newton, do you have any questions?
I'm not sure who's on the line, on the Zoom to answer questions.
Osborne.
Okay, I see you, Ms. Osborne. Thank you for being with us today. We appreciate your being willing to answer more questions.
Yes, thank you for letting us come back and give the opportunity.
We got your amendment, and so I would just like a little bit of clarity about K-5 as far as numbers and what your plans are. I understand, and I appreciate so much that your willingness to drop the 612 back to 180 to more comfortable numbers. So I appreciate your willingness to do that. That makes me feel much better about it. But could you just give me a little clarity about K-5, what your plans are?
Absolutely. And we were happy to do that, by the way, with secondary after we looked at the chart that was provided last week that provided us a little bit of clarification on our secondary numbers, and we felt very comfortable with what we were able to pull back to there. So with elementary.
Ms. Osborne, could you get closer to the microphone? I'm having trouble understanding you.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I have been told I am a low talker, so I will try to project just a little bit better for you. So specifically with elementary, when we were reviewing the numbers for what we felt like would be appropriate, we took into consideration that, class size restrictions are in place to really, for the purpose of making classroom management a reasonable undertaking and ensuring adequate physical space, and to allow teachers to provide that individualized attention focused on academic progress. And so as we were considering our virtual school, the very nature of virtual removes some of those issues for a teacher. As virtual can be both synchronous and asynchronous, you have that opportunity to reach a large group of kids with the asynchronous learning, yet still being able to leverage the synchronous learning very purposefully and intentionally by putting like groups together or heterogeneous groups together to promote that, leverage that peer tutoring aspect of it. You have the opportunity to target instruction to a specific group of kids with the core instruction in smaller groups, because you can you can schedule a group at 8 o'clock and provide the core instruction to a smaller group. You can schedule another group at 9 o'clock, and you can control the size of those groups. So we felt like that, based on our experience with this year, that those teachers would be able to manage those numbers, and that was based on feedback from our teachers. We've had a lot of discussion here, and to be really transparent, the numbers that are in our application are higher than what our personal goals here are in the district. In the district, it is understood between Mrs. Brown, our principal for virtual, who we've dedicated to that program, that we will keep K1, 2, and 3 at 10 over. That'll be our cap size. And at 4, 5, it would be 15. That is in our district. That is our agreement. But because we are using our own teachers, and we have pulled those teachers from on-site to be completely virtual, we wanted just a little bit of leeway so we would stay in compliance if we had one more student than 10 choose virtual. If we actually had 11, that would prevent us the need of hiring another complete FTE for that. So really what you're seeing there was our thought process was to give us just a little bit of wiggle room with that, but really what we're doing on site is keeping those numbers lower. The reality of it is, right now we have 9 students enrolled in kindergarten for next year in our virtual learning. We have 32 at first grade, which is 7 over the class size limit. So, and the numbers are all similar to that for now. And as parents become more comfortable sending their children back on site, we anticipate that those numbers will continue to drop, and that we're no longer truly looking at parents and children who are concerned about pandemic, but really we're trying to reach a different audience. And it's those students who may have chosen homeschool or another virtual school outside the public school system. We want to reach those families who may be dealing with cancer with their children and don't want to send them to public school. That we want to provide them an alternative that is based on our curriculum and based on our philosophy of education, because we too have, in Rogers, we were early adopters of the RISE initiative. And we too very much care that the integrity of that initiative stays in place. And we have worked very, very hard throughout this very challenging first round of virtual to make sure that we were providing those foundational pieces that our kids need to be successful learners and readers, because we knew they were coming back to on-site, and they have in droves. And we wanted to make sure that they were getting the same education that our students in virtual were getting. If you would like to hear a little bit more about what the day is structured like, Ms. Brown can speak to that very eloquently. I think you'd be very pleased to hear how that's run.
Right. I think you covered that very well last time, and so I appreciate that. I just wanted, with the amendment, I just wanted to clarify what your plans for as far as teachers and student sizes at the K-5 level, what your plans were for that. Thank you.
Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lucadeau, do you have any questions? Okay. All right, Ms. McFetrich. Oh, it's on. Ms. McFetrich, do you have any questions? Okay, Mr. Sutton?
No.
Ms. Rankin? Dr. Rankin, excuse me.
I do not, thank you.
Dr. Moore? No. Okay, anyone else have questions? Okay. Well, with that,
Yeah, I have comments.
Okay.
I don't, and this is not specific to this district, because it sounds like there is a plan in place, but I don't think I'm willing to approve class size waivers for the K-5. I think in 3 years, if a district is showing that it really works and they have proof that they can have a larger class size, I think that's a conversation. Or even, could they amend it in 2 years? You know, could they come back and ask for an additional waiver in a year or two? But the board might not agree with me, but this is my thinking right now, is that we can start tighter and loosen up as we go. We're still building the plane as it's flying. And we don't want it to be at the expense of both teachers and students, in my opinion.
Yes, they can come back at any time, so it'll just be a separate, it wouldn't be an amendment to this. So once you grant this set of 1240 waivers, they're approved, and so if they want to come back and add something, they can totally do that. It'll just be like a regular 1240 request.
I would just like to add that we are very concerned about our teachers and their mental health and taking care of our staff as well. Ms. Brown spends a lot of time making sure that they are supported, and we will make sure that our virtual teachers that are teaching 100% virtually are not overloaded.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. Okay, any other discussion? If not, then we are ready for a motion concerning Rogers.
Well, I guess before motion, I didn't know if any board members had any differing opinions on that class size at elementary levels. I know for some districts it would be, if you do have a grade level where you have more teachers, it would be hard to find an additional teacher. From the financial standpoint, districts have more funding than ever before because of the increase for these next 2 years. So there might be a personnel limit, but there shouldn't be a financial barrier there. But I don't know, I'm open to other opinions if board members are feeling differently.
I have
Still having difficulty hearing Dr. Moore.
Scoot it closer.
Two microphones. I don't know what's going on. Is that better? Sorry. Yeah, I'm just curious as to other board members and if they have additional thoughts or differing thoughts on the K-4 class size waivers.
I have similar concerns, but K5 or K4 and K3, just those lower, and especially even at K2, those lower levels, those are the formative years. Those children are so tender. They need the attention and all of those things that happen in a normal classroom, or not a normal, but a traditional classroom, I guess I should say. But I also see the other side of it, where, a teacher doesn't have to worry about maybe classroom management or organizing centers and doing different things where you could handle a few more kids that way. But so much of this, and it goes back to what support are those especially K2, I guess, what supports are those K2 students going to have in the home while they are doing their schoolwork? If they've got a parent that's right there with them and working and overseeing, then if a teacher goes over class size, that child's going to be successful. But if they don't have that support at home, then that child is not going to be successful. So, so much of it depends on that. And if a district can build in supports for the teachers, communication avenues for the students, have a plan in place for if they see a student is not being successful, we're not going to wait till the end of the 9 weeks to pull that child back in and have a conference with that parent. After the first week, we're going to be talking to that parent. The second week, we're going to be bringing them in and then talking about what changes need to be done. If that district has those kinds of plans in place and then we'll follow through, then hopefully we won't lose those. I don't want to be 3 years down the line and we see that our reading rates for those students have dropped. I don't want that to happen, but I do want to I can remember the very first year that we did 1240 waivers. I was sitting in the Teacher of the Year chair, and Ms. Chambers, I respect her so much for her wisdom. She asked the question, what do we need to do to get to yes? And I kind of feel that way about this. What do we need to do to get to where we feel comfortable saying yes, and districts being able to go and do what's best for kids? That's kind of where I'm at with this. And is it pushing this 15 over max back to the 10 that the district said that they were going to do, and the 20 over back to the 15 that they said they were going to strive for? Or do we approve all of it, or do we approve none of it? I don't know the answer to that, and I think that maybe we can get some other board members' input on that and see what they think.
Mr. Liberty?
I think that there is a lot to be learned going forward. Whatever we approve today is based on a plan that each district seems to think is going to work for them. I think for the digital learning to be successful, it's got to be fluid and have the ability to adjust where they need to adjust. But we just have 1 year behind us in this whole process, and I think there's a lot to be learned about everything from class size to liaisons to methodology, the whole bit. And as long as nothing is so rigid that we end up shooting ourselves in the foot, then we can make it successful. I'm looking at this, fairly broadly, that the department has, vetted these plans, and these districts, just based on 1 year behind them, is putting forth their recommendation for going forward. But they'll shift and adjust, I hope, as Ms. Dean said, before we see bad results, kids slipping through the cracks, etc. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Mr. Lukadu?
I think I agree with what's being said here. There's that trust factor, and I think sometimes that's hard, but at the same time, these districts, these plans, like they've definitely, you can tell from everyone we hear from how much thought, how much effort has gone into these, and the willingness to adjust and look at what is best for students. And so I think it deserves that look. And my thing with the K-5 load, in those dual roles, I think I definitely see that would be, sure. But, you know, when we're talking about students who are fully virtual, or teachers who have that, you know, one, no waiver, I don't, if I'm right, no waiver is on teaching load, right. And so, you know, but when you're looking at class size, I see, you know, like Ms. Newton said, you don't have some of these other additional responsibilities going on, that, you know, you are dedicated fully to instruction that allows you to kind of open that up, and so I could see that for sure.
Ms. Dean,
Yes, Ms. McFetrich.
I really struggle with the class size, and I go back to the thought of once a child, especially in those early grades, gets behind, it's nearly impossible to catch them up. And, you know, when you look at, gee, it only sounds like 15 students added, but in 4 or 5, that's 53 students. And to me, that sounds like an awfully lot to manage. And we're going to review these again in 3 years. So I think we need to be really careful here.
Thank you, Ms. McFetrich.
Clarifying question for Mary Claire. I thought I had my head wrapped around this last week, but maybe I didn't. So in elementary, they don't need a waiver for teaching load. So that means you can assign a kindergarten teacher to 2 different classes and limit the classes to 20 apiece, and therefore that kindergarten teacher load is 40.
Yeah, so.
Is that correct?
So typically, and this is kind of a niche question, I guess, because typically when we think about teaching load for elementary, it's the same as class size. Because you have a self-contained model, you only have your 1 class all day long, so your class size is your teaching load. So when teaching load is defined in the rules, it's only applicable to 7 through 12, and then 5 and 6 if it's in a middle school model. So essentially, when you waive class size for elementary, you are allowing an increase in teaching load, if that makes sense. They don't need a waiver to do it, like you said. I guess they could have a kindergarten teacher who taught 2 separate classes that met the class size, and that would increase their teaching load, and that would be allowable.
Okay. So if I guess in that sense, if we were to not allow a class size waiver, they could still have a larger load. And I guess if that was you could compartmentalize and do a literacy teacher. I don't know what the districts are thinking. So even if I didn't, so you can still get around it, I guess.
I think there is a legal avenue to have a teaching load of more than, if you're talking about kindergarten, 20 students. Because if instead of doing a self-contained model like we're used to seeing, you had different kind of classes. And I think in lots of the applications, they do have smaller synchronous periods throughout the day, even in their kind of K-6. So it is new, I think newer than what we're used to when we think about a self-contained elementary model.
Yeah, and I think there are positives and benefits to doing compartmentalized. If you have an awesome literacy teacher and they might teach multiple sections, I guess, I thought I understood all of this, and now I'm wrapping my brain around it a little more, especially at these lower levels. Okay.
Ms. Smith, did you not tell us last week, that this was one that you already had on your radar to monitor for size? And
Yeah, so when we reviewed the applications internally, again, we were looking for things that we thought put people at risk. Okay, and so right now, we think it's higher risk for elementary versus upper grades. All right, so that's an area for us as far as monitoring. Obviously, reading for us as a state has been a priority for the last couple of years. We know that a lot of digital curriculums and programs are not aligned to the science of reading currently. But we see that with a lot of our programs that are in schools right now. Schools are trying to catch up. So again, that puts you at a higher risk. How's the school going to monitor? How is the state going to support? And so for us, those are things that we've been looking for and we've been marking. So all elementary programs, K-2 programs, those are all going to be considered higher risk programs that will have more monitoring from the state.
And because K-2 testing is not end of the year summative, it is a interim along the way. So that gives us the ability to monitor, not just wait till the end of the year. That gives us the ability to monitor all the way through the year also. Are we going to do some sort of, I don't know, this may be a Dawn question, but some sort of way to indicate from a district which students were virtual, which students were on site, as far as when those testing times come?
So we set that coding up this year.
Okay.
For students to be identified, and so that's one of those data pieces that we're even going to be looking at with our summative data this year, and how students performed compared to districts. We think we're going to find some shining stars in the state who did digital learning that was exceptional, and we're going to have lessons to learn. We're also going to find areas of the state where we think what happened there, and we're going to be, it's an opportunity.
So we are going to be able to monitor K-2 students, not just wait till the end of the year, but we're going to be able to monitor, 3 times a year, that we'll be able to have an idea of how those virtual students are actually doing in the areas of literacy and also math.
Yes. Yes. It's that through-year formative assessment piece for K-2 that we have built. And that's still required for all these students.
Right.
And some of those K-2 assessments, they have made it where you can do the fall and the spring at home, but some of them you have to come to school. And so those are things that, I'm trying to think which one was the one that you could do at home. But most of them you have to come on site.
Okay.
The summative, you definitely have to come on site.
So that we will be able to monitor that, and this is just like any other 1240 waiver. At any time that we see things that are concerning to us, even though it's approved for 3 years, they can be pulled in at any time to say, we don't think this is working, we need some adjustments.
Right, correct. Mary Claire did, and this is just for information, she actually reached out to ARVA, Arkansas Virtual Academy, to ask what their teaching load was for elementary, just as a point of reference, and they replied back that 60-to-1. But they're very careful about getting to that high. They personally feel that 45 is the ideal number, but they have up to 60. They'll go up to 60, but they try to stay around 45.
That's their internal policies because they have those waivers, but they don't.
They have the waivers for class size.
They do not. There is no evidence that that's what's working. That's just what they do.
That's what they do. Mm-hmm.
I think in doing research, we have very little evidence of what works because by and large, there have not been a lot of virtual schools across the nation. Or a lot of research done on them, and so I want to be careful that we're not just making decisions because what other people are doing. And I think I need to, thinking about what Joel said, we do hope for the best and think for the best in districts. But as we're setting those policies, I want to make sure that we are setting policies that will allow them to be their best and allow students to be their best. Okay. And just side note, a plug for all virtual kindergarten teachers. There's a lot of classroom management still happening virtually. I don't know, not if anybody just said that, but it's just hard. These are hard decisions to be made.
They are
we want
hard
students
decisions
to be supported and teachers to be supported too.
Yeah. I think everyone has made some really good points, and I agree with all of them. I think we do have to be very careful. We have to walk very carefully as we venture into something that, we just don't have a lot of information about, like you said, a lot of data about. But to Ms. Newton and to Mr. Lookadoo's point, one, there has to be a trust factor there. And two, we have to make sure there are safeguards in place. And according to what we've heard today and last week and before, there are lots of safeguards in place. So it's not that we are venturing into the wild blindly. We are making very pointed and directed steps into, as Ms. Smith said, a lot of opportunities. And I think that's where the growth comes into place, because not just as Arkansans, as a world, we're changing and we're venturing into new territory. And it's important to not venture into that territory without caution. But I don't think that's what we're doing. I think we are being very cautious and being very careful, and knowing that at any time we can monitor things, we can adjust, we can call districts in, we can do what is necessary to make the changes. But to Dr. Moore's point, it is so important for our districts and for all of us as a whole to be careful as we move forward. But I think it's important that we move forward and give these districts the opportunity to serve their students in different ways. So if there is no other discussion, we are ready for a motion.
Motion to approve for 3 years.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Sutton to approve the Rogers School District waivers for 3 years. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Newton. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Rogers School District, for joining us today. All right, Mr. Benton.
Okay, so the last of the group that we had a chance to visit with the other day when we had our work day, Westside Johnson County, who is part of a co-op consortium with Guy Fenner. There will be representatives here probably from both organizations that can answer questions for you guys. K-12, they are also using as instructional providers. Red Comet for K-6, that's Buzz, part of the LMS that we recognize, and then also 7 through 12 with Virtual Arkansas. So,
Thank you. Okay, who do we have from Westside Johnson?
I'm here, Brad Kent, Superintendent.
Good morning, Mr. Kent.
Morning.
Thank you and welcome. All right, do we have any questions? We'll start with Dr. Moore.
One thing, thank you all for coming back again this week. One thing we didn't touch on last week, again, looking at a special lens on K-3 right now, looking at literacy, what do those resources look like? Is that something, books and things that the co-op will be providing, or your district will be providing for students?
And I'll get some help. Ms. Miller from the co-op is here, but she can speak to the instructional materials that they'll provide, and then I can talk about what the district's prepared to do as supplement stuff too.
The co-op has, since our last work session, we've also gone back and done some thinking about the science of reading and what that's really going to look like for kids at home, because the last thing we want to do is kids not get what they need to be successful readers, especially in K2. So we are, we've looked through what programs we will use to work with our virtual teachers, and our coordinator and our literacy specialists are on board to be there to help implement science of reading. But we also are going to put together bags of manipulatives for each subject area that will go home to each student per grade level, and that will include, readers, phonics, manipulatives, all the things that they may need, whether it be sound cards, things like that. We know they're not going to have a sound wall at home necessarily like they would in the classroom, so it's something we're prepared to help them be able to make at home. And we also plan to incorporate some of the training that parents can use at home with their kids in our parent orientation specific to reading, because it is so important. So, that's something we talked about. We also will, of course, libraries at each campus will be open for student use or virtual teacher use, but we're going to spend a lot of time this summer with our virtual teachers on making sure that we're all on the same page for literacy and reading purposes, especially for those younger grades. That's where the biggest concern is. We've also talked with our districts, and we do not have K through 2, the numbers are quite low. We don't have them set in stone yet, as students and parents are still deciding, but I did want to reiterate, our districts saved or reserved spots in our consortium virtual school, but we don't anticipate those spots being full by any means. I think right now, the last that we got any kind of definite numbers from the 12 schools, I think we had maybe 6 kindergartners total. So we're not talking bigger numbers, because that is something, I mentioned last time that, we had about 100-to-1 ratio in that K3 grade band, but we're not anywhere close to that number through those grades. So that's why we especially believe that the manipulatives and making sure that the coordinator and the liaisons are working with those students and parents is going to be more doable.
And if I could just follow up on the district side, Ms. Miller mentioned the manipulatives that are going to go home and be with parents, and we're doing some of that. We have we're very fortunate to have a successful after-school program through a 21st CCLC grant, and we're going to incorporate Fundations, the sound wall, specifically into that program, and open it up with one of our staff members that's very well trained in K2 reading, that will be there. That goes till about 6:30 Monday through Thursday. We're on a 4-day school week, and so it goes to 6:30 Monday through Thursday, and then we run that after school program all day on Fridays. So there will be resources available for parents to come in at those times, get extra training, ask some questions of some people that are experts in that K2 area.
Thank you.
Those are
That's all my questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. McFetridge. Okay, Mr. Sutton. Mr. Lookadoo. Ms. Newton.
Ms. Miller, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm still very concerned about your elementary program having one teacher for K2 and one teacher for 3-6. Even though you're talking about, low numbers, those courses still have to be taught. And the way, if I've read it correctly, students have the opportunity for 3 Zooms a week, not required. And so, those foundations, the load on the teachers, trying to making sure that students get what they need instructionally, is, we're talking, you're saying a max of 100-to-1, but you don't know how many you're going to have. When you talk about not only the large number, 100-to-1, but then having a teacher go across 3 grade bands or 4 grade bands, it is not just a little bit concerning, it is very concerning to me about what you have planned there.
Well, I do want to also mention that we do have the paraprofessionals in there that are also going to be able to assist the teacher. We are also prepared to move our virtual coordinator, who is also a licensed K-12 educator, into a teaching position full-time, should our numbers indicate that we need to do so. We are prepared to, to make sure that if we need to hire additional staff, that it's done. It's not something we want to wait until the end of a semester to determine either. We want to recognize very quickly that if it's something that the teachers are struggling with, or it seems to be a very large load, because we know this year was very hard on teachers. I mean, it was extremely tough. So we are prepared, and our districts that are in the consortium are prepared to bring on additional staff as needed. I mean, we're going to do the best we can to serve every student and make sure that they are attending, the sessions and getting the skills they need per grade level. While it does say that, a minimum is required of 1 Zoom session per week per content area, in our structure of the day, we have other small group sessions in the afternoons per those content areas as well. So, we're also going to make sure that the teachers and paraprofessionals are reaching out to those students every day. It's not once a week. It is every day. They will communicate with them, check in with them via Zoom. So that is something that is going to be discussed when districts decide if a student, if they apply for virtual, they're going to make sure they understand the expectation is that they are checking in every day so that they can get individual time with the teacher should it be necessary. So, I absolutely acknowledge your concern and I hear it. And we are, we're definitely going to put in place, if we need more teachers and more staffing for the number of students, that's exactly what we will do.
Thank you, Ms. Newton and Ms. Osborne. Dr. Rankin, did you have a question? Do you have any questions or comments?
Not.
Okay, thank you. All right, if we don't have any other questions or comments, we are open for discussion. And if no
Department, we don't have any other districts in this co-op consortium today. Okay.
Just going to be real honest, I know that I'm ready to approve this one. It is because the grade bands and the high numbers put together just gives me pause. But the rest of the board may want to take the idea, let's let it go and see what happens. This was probably one of the ones that was on the top of my list that gave me the most pause of all the ones that we read.
Any other discussion?
I'll speak to that too. In thinking about the statewide policies, it makes sense that small districts would group together with their co-op to do that virtual instruction so that the ownership is not on those small districts with very few numbers. I think, echoing your comments, it's the concern over the co-op then having a teacher with a huge, I guess I'll call teaching load now, since class size may or may not even matter at this point. And that's something that it's hard to make a decision based on the co-op because I understand they don't even know what those numbers will look like.
Well, and that's why I can only say that, as we get those numbers, come, June 15th, and we see that our numbers are going to be higher than anticipated based on the spots that were reserved, we're going to hire more staff. There's no question. But until we actually have a number, it's like you said, I don't know. At this point, we could have 10 virtual students K-6. We just don't have any idea at this point because parents are still making those decisions. We don't have that. So, I assure you, we're not going to allow the number to stay large on one teacher. As a classroom teacher, I can't even imagine. So we're going to do what's right by students. And if that means more staffing and more liaisons, that's what we're going to do. It's not going to be a question of if the numbers go up, it's going to be when. So I do want to assure you of that. We are watching those numbers very closely.
And let me just add as well that as far as Westside is concerned, and I've talked to the other superintendents that are wanting to do this as well, we're all prepared financially to invest in more staff members if that's what the co-op needs. We understand that numbers are going to fluctuate from now until cutoff day, which, whatever that is to get them signed up. I'll give you just a hard example for us. I think I reserved 35 spots because I really had no idea when we started and we had to get this rolling. And I think I have 5 enrolled now. K-6. And that's, I think that's what we're all starting to see when you visit with other superintendents or whoever is speaking for the district when they come before you. I think you're gonna see that, and we're you know, and on another thing, and I understand one teacher for K2 or what, you know, but I do want to point out that even with in-person instruction in small districts, a K1 teacher or a second, third grade teacher is a very real possibility from year to year because of staffing issues, because financial, I mean, you just don't know. So in small districts especially, that option is that comes around regularly, I think, for districts when you're looking at when you're looking at staffing or having staffing issues, that it's a real possibility for in-person instruction that teachers are teaching multiple grade levels.
Ms. Smith.
I'd like to make a comment about the educational cooperatives. So really, first I want to say that a lot of our educational cooperatives around the state, and not a lot of them, all of them, really stepped up to help us with this process. We use them as a front line for vetting the applications. And then a second piece is really kind of out of the encouragement of the state board to create consortiums. That came from the state board for the co-ops to try to organize and set that up. And so for us, when we started reviewing the co-op applications, we really felt like it was important that the school and the co-op, that the school really had to say, we have skin in this game too. You know, we have somebody here who's keeping up with those kids. We didn't want it to become this, oh, they become the co-op's problem, and we never have to touch or talk to them again. And so the co-ops have done a really good job in our vetting of the application to make sure that they're still part of their home school, and the co-op is working with all these different schools to make this happen. I think for the co-op, there's a lot of accountability because they now have customers serving students at school districts, you know, to ensure that there's quality. I know Ms. Miller, I know Mr. Hester, and I know that they are trying to put together a quality program and product. Now, I'm not saying you have to pass it. I'm just saying, though, that a lot of these co-ops have stepped up and have been a partner in us trying to get through this. And knowing that they don't want these kids to fail either. These are kids in their backyards. These are kids that attend their schools. You know, so everybody's shooting for the same thing. Concerns are real. They have them too.
Stacy, when you describe that co-op model, this component might be new, but the idea of co-ops
consortiums, yeah,
and working with their local districts, that's not new at all. I mean, and in some cases, for the most vulnerable students, when you think about special education,
ALEs.
And so, you know, I think it can be said that commitment that they've demonstrated, you know, this is a commitment in a slightly different methodology of delivering instruction, but it's the model that co-ops were set up to do. I mean, right. Is that a fair assessment?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I don't want people to misunderstand that I am not in favor of co-op models, because I was one of the ones on the board that asked for the co-ops to look at this, and because I knew that they in the past, as far as for my home district and as a teacher, things that they have done for us have been very, very successful, and we've made great progress as a state as a result of all the co-ops efforts. You know, my concern with this one was the multiple grade bands with one teacher, you know, and you know, that was my only concern with it. I like the idea of the literacy specialist being right there to help with the instruction, doing what you already talked about, different manipulatives going home and contact at the district level. My concern with this program was the 4 grade levels for one teacher, 3 grade levels for one teacher, and then with the seemingly from the application with a high number of students. So that was my concern. And you know, if the co-op would be committed to hiring more staff as needed, you know, that would make it more palatable to accept. Again, that's my biggest concern with this one, because I don't want those students to be come back in 3 years and we have a small group of students that have around the.
And this is a co-op that has several districts. It would probably be, if the districts get approved, this would probably be a good one to have come back early on for a report. What did the numbers turn out to be? What did they actually hire? We don't have to wait 3 years to find out how they're doing. I mean, we can ask the co-op and those school districts to come here on a Friday report day, 9 weeks into school. Where are you? How is it going? How have you had to adjust? Are the waivers that you asked for and were approved for, did you have to use them? Did you not have to use them? Where did we mess up? What did we learn? And I know that co-op would be willing to do that. But I mean, I think those are the kind of things, as we're thinking about monitoring and you're thinking about your comfort level, those are things we can note and make sure happen.
Yeah, that would be, I think that would be a great thing to have, not just this one school, but the whole co-op to come back and say, we ended up with 3 teachers or 4 teachers or whatever, and we ended up with X number of students per teacher, and how the interaction between the districts and the co-op and the teachers and parents. I think that would be something wise to do, no matter approve or not approve. I think that would be very wise.
And Dr. Pfeffer has made a good point more than once. We set up these Zooms, and a lot of times it's administrators who are on here trying to explain, because teachers are in the classroom working, but hearing the teacher voice that day, and you guys being able to ask those questions.
Yes, very great idea.
I'm glad you hit a point that I wanted to say, and I'm glad you said it. And it's with the teacher over the grade spans, if the co-ops or if the schools are willing to hire more staff as needed. And I think that's the determining factor for, that would help with that decision is the co-op able to adjust quickly and be quick on their feet to be able to adjust and hire new staff? You have the capabilities, you have the ability to move quickly and hire new staff as needed. And I think that would make a lot of people feel more comfortable. I know it would make me feel more comfortable. And I believe we heard Ms. Miller and Mr. Kent express that as well. So if we don't have any other discussion, then we are ready for a motion for Westside Johnson.
I move to approve for 3 years.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Rankin to approve the Westside Johnson waivers for 3 years. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second by Mr. Sutton. Any further discussion? Okay, then all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay. All right, let's stop and take a 15-minute break.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, thank you, Westside Johnson, Mr. Kent and Ms. Miller. Congratulations, and thank you for your time for both days. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay. Where am I? All right, we're going to get started back again with this meeting. Let me see. So we did the 3 that were from last week. So we're going to start back. Yes, the reporting. So moving forward, we didn't do these on the previous 3, but that reporting had been discussed about it being a good idea to ask or require that there be reporting maybe at the end of 9 weeks or something of that sort. So I was just wondering what we would like to moving forward with that being part of a motion.
I think what our discussion was on that co-op in particular, having a reporting at the end of the 9 weeks.
Yeah, I don't know that we have to do a formal motion for that. That's just something we will make sure and set up for you.
Okay.
So we'll make sure and get with Ms. Wendell, and we'll make sure and put that on our board schedule 9 weeks or so into the school year.
Yes.
And that same co-op, I mean, they'll be coming to, we're going to try to bundle the schools that are with them. So they're going to come again. And I bet the next time they come, they have more information or things they've thought about as they're moving forward. I think you're going to continue to see that more, okay?
Okay, thank you.
We'll do that.
And I would like to say too, Ms. Smith, thank you for that, because I do know that's one thing that has increased my confidence level in the 3-year time frame is those rigorous feedback loops that I feel like are being created, not just between the students and the teachers and the liaisons and the co-ops and the paraprofessionals, but also between the co-ops and the Department of Education. And you've got that conversation, those feedback loops in real time. And I feel like that constant loop of data coming in, I think has really helped grew my confidence to go ahead and move forward with the 3-year approval.
Thank you, Dr. Rankin.
Okay, so let's see. We've done Truman. Now we'll do V1B, which is Jacksonville North Pulaski.
Carly Saraceni, and today we have Jacksonville on. Dr. Duffy had to drop off to another meeting, but we have Dr. Bone here, and this is Jacksonville, and they have a K-12 program that they're asking for. So Dr. Bone.
Dr. Bone, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Okay, we're going to... Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, we're going to start with any questions. Dr. Rankin, do you have any questions?
Do not.
Okay. Ms. McFetridge?
Yes, ma'am. I have several questions. I'd like to hear about how your teachers are going to be serving in your dual roles.
So in K-5, teachers will not be serving in dual roles at all. They are exclusively virtual teachers. Currently, we have 68 students enrolled in our K-5, only 3 in kindergarten, 8 in first, 10 in second, 14 in third, 19 in fourth, and 14 in fifth. And we are limiting that enrollment to 30 per grade level, per teacher. So we will have a max size of 30. We got that feedback from our teachers who were very good about letting us know how it worked this year. So we've limited that, and we are prepared to make sure that it stays that way, basically K-12. So as far as dual roles, the only time that could possibly happen when they're serving in dual roles as in a hybrid model would be in some of our singleton classes at the high school level. And I can let Mr. Miller talk to you a little bit more about that, but for the most part, they will, well, for completely in secondary, they will have completely virtual sections, the teachers will, and not have a hybrid situation. So our counselors have done a good job of setting that up so that the teachers will be teaching virtual only during those class periods. And the numbers, again, are low as well in high school and in middle school. In middle school, we have only 45 students who have enrolled, and we have reached out to every parent that we have currently, so we obviously have room for growth as people move in. But we only have 21 students in 7th grade, 12 in 8th, 12th and 6th. And in high school, we have 7 and 9, 15 and 10, 17 and 11, and 15 and 12. And we've got those scheduled so that, again, we have virtual sections only.
I like the fact that you're using your PLCs in your virtual settings as well. You also are offering an advisory period and small group instruction. So I appreciate all of that. That really makes me feel comfortable about your application. Talk to us a little bit about how you're going to use your nurse in your telemed support services. I haven't seen that before. That's interesting.
So we really like that. We have a partnership with RCare, and I wish I'd known you were going to ask that. I would have had our nursing people here to explain it a little bit better. But currently we have an RCare nurse who has worked with all of the nurses in our districts, and we have telehealth set up for any student on site, and we felt that it was necessary to have that available for virtual as well. We also have partnership with, one of my people can jump in any minute and tell me about our mental health people who offer their telehealth services. What the name of our company?
Families Inc.
Thank you, Families Inc. I had a brain moment right there. So we have Families Inc. who also offer that service. They offer that service for our kids this year, and they will continue to offer it next year as the need arises.
Very good. You were requesting just for 1 year. Why is that? We've had longer requests. I'm just curious.
We would like the opportunity to reevaluate it, especially as many of our upper administration are leaving and we have new administration coming in, so that they have the opportunity to evaluate it and see if this is the direction they wanted to go in. The team that we currently had worked with our teachers and our entire team who worked on this proposal to set the vision for what we wanted to do for our parents and our students, which was basically to offer options. But we also want to make sure that it is a successful program before we commit to a long-term commitment to it. We just felt like we wanted to make sure that our students were thriving in this environment, and we put some safeguards in place for that, but would feel better just with a review. We have no problem with coming back in a year.
Okay, thank you. I noticed some of your teaching staff will be writing content. Is that correct?
That is correct. We teacher-created lessons much as they do in the regular classroom. That's why the PLCs are so important. So it's teacher-created content along with our, just as part of our curriculum. Our teachers help to develop our curriculum.
Okay. And you're obviously going to support your teachers then through your PLCs in doing this.
That is correct. One of the things that we heard from our teachers who were, say for instance in elementary, they were this year housed all together just virtually, but the missing component was they weren't planning with their other grade level teachers who were not virtual. So now we've put the grade level teachers with a grade level cohort so that they're all planning together with common planning and PLCs, whether they're virtual or on site.
Will you be able to offer your students lunch then as well? I didn't notice that in your application.
Yes, ma'am. We've done that the entire time. We provide breakfast and lunch for all of our students, virtual and on site.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Ms. Steen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McFetrich. Mr. Sutton, do you have any questions or comments?
No, ma'am, I'm good.
Okay. Dr. Moore.
Yes, thank you.
The computer.
Sorry, wrong microphone. Thank you for sharing that, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness of how many years and what that looks like for your district, and thinking about this. I did want to hear you speak on the elementary piece in reading instruction. You spoke a little bit in your application around dyslexia, but what does that reading instruction look like in the K-3 area?
Okay, I'm going to pitch that to Dr. Amanda Picard, who was an instrumental part of designing that for us.
For this next year, we've adopted a new reading curriculum. And so we went with Benchmark Workshop as our reading curriculum. And in that adoption process, it comes along everything comes with a digital learning piece to it. So the virtual teachers will be able to mirror exactly what the on-site teachers are doing with that benchmark curriculum because it's all digital as well. We also, for the phonemic awareness and phonics piece, we have Heggerty and Phonics First, which we have adjusted to digital formats. With online blending boards, our students will get the manipulative packets sent home. So they'll have the same manipulatives as the on-site students. And with the dyslexia piece, we did it this year and it's worked and we'll continue to do it next year. Our reading specialists, they schedule those students into small groups. So what we did for our virtual students is they just scheduled a virtual small group using the same curriculum, the Phonics First curriculum with added in pieces to cover the phonemic awareness. So all of the virtual teachers will also have access to the literacy coordinator who will work closely with them to make sure that the curriculum is matching what's happening on site with this new adoption and with the reading specialist in their buildings. They each have one that they'll share their students that have characteristics of dyslexia with. So they'll work with their teacher, but they'll also work with an additional reading specialist for a virtual session.
And students will receive resources?
Manipulatives, yes, they'll receive the same types of manipulatives that the classroom students receive. The whiteboards, the red board markers and all of that sort of thing. They'll also, with the digital content, have access to all the books. And so they'll have the same library that our students on site have, except digitally.
And this year,
the other piece of that is all the screeners that will take place for K2 and for 3-5 if they're struggling. We're going to move those back on site this year. So the students will have to come on site for the actual assessments and screeners.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Ms. Newton?
I just want to say how impressed I was with your application. It was very thorough. I can't think of anything that you didn't cover. You just did a great job, and I love the number of touches that your teachers have with students each day, making sure they're getting the instruction that they need, whether it's whole group, small group, whatever those teachers need and students need. And then even to put in the lessons with the counselors, making sure they get the social emotional, not just elementary, but K-12 through the advisory, having a required lesson with them that they're getting feedback from those children to know what their needs are. And so your total program was very impressive to me, and I'm looking forward to seeing the results of it. And I even like that you're thoughtful enough to think that we want to look and see it at the end of this year and reevaluate and see where we are at the end of 1 year and see what changes we need to make and what adjustments we need to make. And so it was just a very thoughtful, very thorough, and very impressive application. So thank you.
thank you, Ms. Newton. I wish I could take credit for that, but this was an amazing team, and I really want to thank the teachers who gave us great feedback off of their experiences this year, as well as my administrators who are on board online here today, and the co-op. The co-op was there to push us the whole way, so we really appreciate that resource. So it was a great team effort. Thank you.
Good job.
Mr. Lookaday? Okay. Yes, I want to echo what Ms. Newton said. I really liked your application, and I felt like you dealt with the whole child. All of the different aspects that all of our needs and different areas that we need addressed as human beings were addressed, from the health to the counseling, and it was data driven. I like that you said from the very beginning that we talked with our teachers, and the ones that are in the classroom and the ones that are doing the work every day, and you said what's working, what's not working, and you went with what they said. I like that you have quarterly summative tests for the 9 weeks. I liked that you also have anonymous surveys for, I think, everyone, the students, the teachers, the parents. And this is what we're talking about when we talk about moving forward cautiously. I think your approach is so wise, that this is a new frontier. This is something new and different, but we want to be careful in how we do it, and we want to make sure that it's data-driven and that we've gotten input from our stakeholders. So kudos to you for modeling that family and community engagement, because that's what is important. Like you said earlier, it's a great team effort, and that's what I think works so well, is when you have so many different stakeholders giving their input, and the people that are making decisions are listening and applying that input. So very well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so if we don't have any other discussion, then we are ready for a motion for Jacksonville, North Pulaski County.
Move to approve for 1 year.
Excuse me. We have a motion by Ms. Newton to approve the waiver for 1 year. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. McFetrich. Any more discussion? Then all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Congratulations, Ms. Bone, Ms. Castleman, who did I miss? Ms. Picard. Thank you all for joining us today, and we look forward to seeing the great things that y'all going to do this year. Have a great day. Thanks for joining us. Okay, next we have, not BB. Is it BB?
Yeah,
yes,
BB.
BB.
Yes, ma'am.
BB. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. Good morning, Tiffany Pride,
Good morning.
Assistant Commissioner of Learning Services. I have before you the BB School District. They've submitted a digital learning program for students in grades 7-12. And of course, noted here, the class size and teaching load waivers will not be required for this digital learning request. So we have someone on from BB if you have questions.
Okay. Who do we have with us from BB?
Chris Nail, Superintendent, and Holly Glover, Director of Instruction.
Good morning and welcome. Thank you all for joining us.
You bet. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to start with any questions. Mr. Lookadoo, do you have any questions for BB? Okay. Ms. Newton?
I just had one question. Usually when we have a Virtual Arkansas, we talk about a district on-site person that is there to be the coordinator, to monitor students each day and be that liaison between the district and Virtual Arkansas. And I didn't see that in your program. Could you describe that person to me as far as who that is, what they'll be doing, and maybe how many students they will be monitoring?
Absolutely. So we have a 7-12.
I'm sorry, can you speak up? We're having a hard time hearing you. You can move the mic closer.
Can you hear me better?
That's a little better. Yes, thank you.
Okay. We have a 7-12 Assistant Director of Curriculum who will be on site as well as myself, and she will be working directly with all of those students who have enrolled in our virtual academy. So currently we have 11 students at the junior high level, 7-8, and we have 24 at the high school level. So we have 31 students total who will be in our virtual academy. And so that partnership will be between myself, our 7-12 assistant director, and Virtual Arkansas.
Thank you.
Ms. McFetrich. Okay, Mr. Sutton? Dr. Rankin?
No questions.
Dr. Moore?
Yes, thank you all. I read in your application that students have an option to do up to 3 classes on site. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Could you speak a little bit, are those elective courses or any course, and what that will look like?
So our thought process on that was we wanted to allow students to be on site as, if they want to be, but we selected for 3 because those would be the elective courses. And the reason why we opted to have 3 courses is because, number one, a safety issue. We don't want to have students driving back on and off campus. We want to keep the campus as secure as possible. And also we can accommodate those students for if they have 3 elective classes, we can typically get those classes right there together, so they're only on campus at a certain time. And just through our student survey interest as well as our parent interest survey, some of them who have requested to be on site, that was one of their concerns, is that they didn't want to have to be at the school multiple times throughout the day. They wanted a block of time where if they wanted to be on site, they could be there just at that time.
Will there be an option for students to take the remainder of their virtual courses on site as well, or they will leave campus for the remainder of their virtual courses?
So I want to make sure I understand you. So is there an option for students to take their courses on site but still through Virtual Arkansas?
Yes. Yeah. I think there's a school that said we're going to have a home, a homeroom where you can go to that class and sit there and do your Virtual Arkansas all day, or will those students have to leave campus?
So we haven't had any requests at this time. What we are offering is an advisory class period for all of our Virtual Arkansas students. And so what that means is that they will have the opportunity to have a teacher at BB who they will work with, and also be able to provide any RTI services or anything like that. But as far as having a specific class period or a teacher designated for Virtual Arkansas students, we do not have that option right now. We wanted to separate it.
Okay. And then lastly, are there any policies that if a student is failing a virtual course, they return on site?
Yes, we have. Those will be continuously monitored through myself as well as our 712 assistant director. So we will be continuously looking at grades, looking at their assessment, looking at their attendance, completion of assignments. And so we want to have an early intervention for those students so that if they do start failing, we can quickly intervene, provide any RTI services that they may need. And if that doesn't help the student, then we want them back on site.
Thank y'all.
Any other questions? Did I miss anyone? I'm glad that was the last point, because that was one thing that stuck out to me on your application as well. Is I love the opportunity for a quick intervention, and it's like, okay, this is not working for you. Come on back to the school. So I like that you all will be paying attention to that, monitoring that, and then making the quick judgment and determination that what's best for the student is for you to be back on campus, and then let's work from there. So I appreciate that as well. So do we have any other questions or comments? Okay, so with that, we are ready for a motion for BB.
I move to approve the BB School District for 3 years.
Okay. We have a motion from Ms. McFetrich to approve BB, the district waivers, for 3 years. Do we have a second?
I second.
I'm sorry, who was that? Ms. Rankin? Was that you, Ms. Rankin?
Yes.
Okay. We have a second by Dr. Rankin. Any more discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Congratulations to BB. Thank you so much for joining us today. We look forward to hearing from you and seeing the progress. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Pride.
All right, back again. So we have next Hamburg School District that they're submitting. Huh? Not Hamburg.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I thought that was
Texarkana
too
was
long.
as well. So
I promise I was paying attention too. I'll just
Russellville.
Russellville's next. The Russellville School District, they are submitting a digital learning application for grades K-12. They're asking, the waiver's being requested through the end of we're asking for the 3 years. And we have somebody on if you have questions from Russellville.
Okay, thank you. Who do we, it's Mr. Swim?
Yes, ma'am. I'm the digital learning supervisor for Russellville School District.
All right, welcome. Good morning. Glad to have you. Okay,
Thank you.
You're welcome. We'll start with you, Mr. Sutton. Do you have any questions? Nope. Okay. Dr. Rankin?
No questions.
Ms. McFettridge?
If you would give me just a second, go on and come back. I'm sorry.
No problem. Mr. Lookadoo? Okay. Ms. Newton?
Thank you, Mr. Swim, for being here this morning. I had a few questions. First, we'll start. I'm looking at your application on page 5. The first thing I had was on K2, your limits of number of students. In K2, are you going to have one teacher per grade?
We'll have 2 teachers, K2. One will focus literacy teacher, one math teacher, and so they'll split. They'll both do K2. One of them will do literacy, social studies. One will do math, science.
Okay, so at K2, you know, at the limits that you've set, you'll have 2 teachers with 90 students.
No, ma'am. They shouldn't have more than 35 top.
Okay.
And right now our numbers are not. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, that's just not what your application said. So that was what I was curious about.
Okay. Now we did submit something yesterday. We got a phone call to ask about the class size waiver. Let me see what I've got on the application. What page? What? I know you
I'm
said
on page 5.
I guess I printed it. For some reason, mine doesn't say. It's not page 5. Let's see where.
It's under teaching load is where I'm at. Yeah, mine says K2 30, 3, 5, 40, and 6, 12, 200. But if you're looking at 2 teachers, you know, K 30, first 30, and second 30, then that, you know, gets us to 90, I think.
Okay.
Okay. I haven't pulled up my email this morning.
It would be, so I think the way we were looking at that is we would have that amount of students for all of K2, not just not just per grade level.
Okay, so
so the way we sent it yesterday was that teacher would have no more of a load than 35 students, but it's the band itself, and so it's not per grade level. And I may have written that wrong, but that was the intention.
I just didn't pull the email up, so that's my fault. I'm sorry about that. So K2, you're
that's okay.
Looking at 35 per teacher.
Tops. Now, if we go over 35, or when we hit 35, we will request from the district to have additional teachers added.
Okay.
And our teachers are only digital. We have a building, and all of our teachers work in this building. And so that's all they do, of course, is digital. But yes, if we go over 35, which at the height of the pandemic, I think at the most we had 42 for a very short period of time, and it dropped down below 35 fairly quickly. And our teachers did not have more than 35. So that's we just looked at what happened this year, even at the height of the pandemic.
Okay.
And we were able to manage. Our teachers did a great job, even with the 42, but we definitely agreed that was too many.
Okay.
And so that's why we looked at those numbers like that.
All right. And then what about 3, 5? What are your new numbers now?
Our new numbers are actually going to be, for next year, for everyone who's registered, right now, we have 13 students registered 3 through 5. Now, what we put on there was 40, but I don't think, definitely next year, we're not going to get anywhere near that number. This year, I believe we stayed either under or around that number as well. So that's kind of how we picked those numbers, was sort of based on what we saw this year, even at kind of the height of the pandemic or a little bit after. But at the height, we jumped up to 300 students at one point, but fairly quickly it started kind of going down because every week we were checking to see where are these students, are they engaging, are they not engaging, and we were quickly getting to the parents and saying, look, this is not, if you want to stay virtual, these are the things you're going to have to do, because we're worried about your student not learning at the level they need to be learning and all the skills they need to be learning. And so we quickly adjusted them back to on-site if it wasn't working. So we were able to kind of get the numbers back where they needed to be, just based on, now, if all those students would have been successful, then I would have asked the district for more teachers and we would have looked to add. But sadly, in some cases, it just wasn't a good fit for some students. So we were quickly transitioning them back if it wasn't a good situation.
Right. Are you going to departmentalize at 3-5 also?
Yes, ma'am.
How many
starting
teachers? How many teachers are you looking at?
Third grade, we'll have 2. Third grade, we'll have 2. And then once we get to 4th grade, we add 3.
So 4th and 5th?
We had a separate science teacher.
So 4th and 5th will have 3 teachers? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. There will be an English, social studies, math, and then science will be separate.
Okay. All right.
And then we go to 4 after that.
Okay. The virtual meeting schedule, I just had several questions on it. The way I'm looking at it, you had 2 days a week for literacy in kindergarten and 1st grade, and then 2nd grade you only had 1 day a week for literacy. But then when you got to 3rd grade, then it bumped back up to 5 days a week. And so I was curious of why you were having such low numbers in literacy K2, and then but when you got to 3rd grade, you decided that you would meet every day of the week.
Okay, so I've got my K2 literacy person with me, and I'm gonna let her talk about that a little bit.
Okay.
When we hit 3rd grade this year, we had more teachers. We had 3 separate teachers starting in 3rd grade. But I'm gonna let her kind of talk about her schedule, and I'm just gonna give my time to her.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Janine Humphrey. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm Janine Humphrey, the K2 teacher, and as far as whole group instruction, we did do 2 days a week of whole group instruction. The other days of the week, we narrowed it down into small groups. So I ability grouped them based on their needs, whether it was needs in phonemic awareness, or needs in encoding, or needs in decoding, and things like that. And then I did small group sessions with them the other days of the week.
Okay.
3 to 5 students usually was the max.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. All right. At the high school level, grades 9 through 12, I see mandatory meetings for social studies, science, and ELA, but I didn't see any mandatory meetings for math. What are you planning on doing for math at the high school level?
Yeah, that's just a mistake. When I was gathering the different Google meetings the teachers were doing, I must have made some mistakes on here, because math, they did the same thing. Math he had, and I've actually got my math teacher here. We're all kind of here together.
Okay.
I believe he did you do 1 group meeting every week and then you did individual meetings every day? Oh, that's right. We had Mr. Hines was a math teacher. Okay, this year, so our high school teacher, once we hit our credit classes, Mr. Hines, who was also the district IF for 9 through 12, he did those classes, and he did not have the ability to do Google Meetings and things like that as much, because he wasn't actually at my building. He had a full-time job along with that, so he kind of did one-on-one as needed. This year, we have our own math teacher that goes through 8th grade, and we'll be using Virtual Arkansas for 9 through 12. So, well, no, I take that back. Not 9 through 12. I'm sorry. We'll only be using Virtual Arkansas for above pre-cal. We'll be able to take care of our kids through pre-cal, and then when we get into the AP math courses, calculus, statistics, things like that, Virtual Arkansas will do those classes. So this year we will have a math teacher who will be doing on the same Google Meeting schedule as the other teachers up through the Virtual Arkansas, and then they'll take care of after pre-cal.
Okay, that's what I was concerned about was, to me, math would need more instruction time than some of the others. So you are planning to take care of that this year then?
Yes, and that was a little less than ideal situation for those classes this year, but yes, we are fixing that.
Okay. The 612, you had a teacher load of 200 students. I haven't seen your email. Have you dropped that back down?
We didn't address that. That wasn't a question that was asked of me yesterday. We definitely can. We'll be nowhere close to that number this school year. I mean, nowhere close. Our numbers right now for this coming school year, for high school, we've got 17 kids, and 8th and 9th grade, we've got 19 kids. 6th and 7th, we've got 17 kids. So we're gonna be way, way below that. Basically, the way we based that was Virtual Arkansas. I called John and just said, hey, what do you guys cap at? And they said 200. And so we set our cap. I also talked to ARVA, and that was kind of the same thing they told me. So we just set ours at the same place. But for us, that includes the electives the teachers have and everything. But it won't come anywhere close to that. So I mean, if we need to lower that, I have no problem looking at lowering that number. We can easily do that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Do we have any further questions? No. Okay.
Most of the ones.
I can't hear anybody. I'm not
Yes,
sure.
can you hear me now?
Okay, yes.
Just clarifying, for courses at the high school level that won't be using Virtual Arkansas, those teachers won't have dual roles, correct? They will be exclusively virtual in that class period?
That's correct. Our goal was to offer all the core classes here at RCVA, and you're right, they are just RCVA teachers. And we're going to offer every core class we can offer. And then what Virtual Arkansas is picking up are kind of some of the specialized course electives and AP and stuff like that. Just because I wasn't able to get enough teachers to teach everything. So I kind of had to bargain a little bit and say, at least we want the core, but Virtual Arkansas can take care of those other ones. But we'll still have a mentor. All of our high school teachers here will also be mentors. Well, I think Virtual Arkansas calls them facilitators to those Virtual Arkansas classes. So they'll still have the Russellville touch, because right now what we love about our program is people can come to our building and they can meet with our teachers, get one-on-one help. We give them academic counseling. I talk with parents. We do sessions where a parent can come in. We'll walk them through our program, show them how to do everything. So we like that personal touch. And so we didn't want to lose that when adding the Virtual Arkansas classes. So we still have the facilitators here, and it's going to be the same teachers that are teaching those kids in the other classes. So they'll have that relationship, and they'll be able to connect with them even on those Virtual Arkansas classes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. There's no other questions or discussion. We are ready for a motion for Russellville.
What?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Was that Ms. McFetrich? Who was that? Okay. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay.
3 years.
All right. Mr. Sutton, we have a motion from Mr. Sutton for approval of the waiver for 3 years. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Ms. McFetrich. Any more discussion? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Swim and Ms. Humphrey, for joining us today. Congratulations. Look forward to hearing from you. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you very much.
All right,
too.
Ms. Saraceni, we are down up to Jasper.
Jasper. Yes. Jasper is not asking for class size or teaching load. It's not necessary for them, but I know they're on here and they can explain their program because their provider is Virtual Arkansas.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Saraceni. Okay. Do we have any questions? We'll start with Ms. McFetrich. Mr. Sutton?
Is it just a one-year request?
Yes, good morning. I'm Kendra Brazel. I'm the superintendent of the Jasper School District, and I have Todd Parker, our director of curriculum and assessment, with me. And the reason that we are requesting just 1 year on the waiver is that we are a school of innovation, and that process approval comes due next year. And so we were just requesting that to get all of our waivers on one cycle for approval.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Dr. Rankin?
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Lookadoo? Ms. Newton?
That was my question, why it was just 1 year.
Okay. And Ms. Moore? Dr. Moore? Okay. All right. Well, we have no further questions or discussion. We are ready for a motion for Jasper.
Move to approve for 1 year.
We have a motion from Ms. Newton to approve the waivers for Jasper for 1 year. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Dr. Rankin. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Congratulations. Sorry,
Thank you.
Jasper. And thank you, Ms. Brazil and Mr. Parker, for joining us today. Have a great day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thanks. All right, Ms. Saraceni?
Yes,
We are
next
on-
we have Harrison.
Harrison.
And they have submitted a learning program for students in grades 3 through 12. And their 9 through 12 is a charter high school application as well. And we have someone on from Harrison, and I will let you ask them those questions. I see Susan for sure, Miss Gilly.
All right, good morning, Ms. Gilly. Do we have anyone else on from Harrison?
Yes, Debbie Wilson, our Director of Curriculum, and Dr. Stuart Pratt, who is our Superintendent.
Dr. Pratt, good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, let's see, we'll start with Dr. Moore.
Yes, thank you all for being here today. I have two main questions. I would like to first hear 3 through 5, you're requesting double class size, what that looks like for your district. And then I'm also curious as to why you chose not to do K through 2 and what that decision-making process looked like.
Debbie, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep.
You can hear? Okay, so my initial question was on 3 through 5, you're requesting a class size waiver to double the classes. Will that be used, and why did you choose to do that?
I think they may be having some difficulties on their end. If we'll give them a moment.
Give us just a moment, and I think we're going to swap devices and make sure that all the board can hear us appropriately.
Okay, thank you. Glad to see Ms. Woods is joining us this morning. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
Okay, go ahead, Debbie.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that.
No worries. Good
We were
morning.
very concerned about our K-2 students, and we just feel like we need to have eyes on them during the reading process, teaching the reading. There's a lot of articulation and different things that we feel like don't translate well digitally, and we are really committed to making sure those kiddos start off on the right foot. So we felt like it was more appropriate for 3rd grade and up. But we've also asked that our students that have characteristics of dyslexia or different kinds of reading interventions receive those on campus. Our students that had those kind of interventions this year that we did digitally didn't make as much progress as we would like to have seen. And so we're asking them to come on campus for those services in our digital plan.
That's good. I'm
Thank
glad to hear
you.
that.
For 3 through 5, can you speak to the class size waiver request?
Yeah, we have asked for 35 be the maximum per classroom there. We just feel like what we want our students to get is a personal feeling and an education that they're still part of the Harrison School District, not really big numbers. And for our teachers to be able to spend time individually with students like we hope, we feel like over 35 would just be unmanageable.
In your application, you have, I think it seems high touch with a lot of synchronous, looks like everyday offerings. Are teachers going to be doing a dual role in which they're doing virtual and in person at the same time?
We have dedicated teachers, in our 3 to 6. In our 7-8, those teachers will have part of their day dedicated to virtual instruction and part classroom instruction. Then our high school is a conversion charter, and we've done digital instruction there for quite a while, and those teachers are block scheduled for digital periods during the week and during the day.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Woods, do you have any questions? No, okay. Dr. Rankin. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time because I can't see everyone. Hold on just a second, let me make this a little bigger. Dr. Rankin, did you have any questions? No? Okay. Ms. McFetridge.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Sutton.
No questions.
Okay. Ms. Newton.
I think most of my questions have been covered. The only other question I had was, in your application, you said teachers will do a virtual check-in with students individually at least once per month in addition to their regular classes. I've said this before, we always have those students that are not high needs or maybe not high performing, that are just the compliant. I do my work and I sit and do, and nobody notices me. I can see where that child would get overlooked with just once a month. That seemed like a long time to not have that one-on-one teacher contact with a student, making sure that everything was okay at home, that child didn't have any other needs. So that was the only thing that I saw in here that just really jumped out to me that was very concerning.
We scheduled our Fridays as asynchronous learning days so that teachers would have the ability to contact students, do small group lessons and those type of things. We were kind of generous in the plan because we didn't want to hog tie the teachers, but my intent is that Fridays, and we've had these discussions with teachers, that Fridays will be contact days with parents. And we're also requiring synchronous lessons every day for our our 3rd through 7th grade students. So teachers would have eyes on them in that way as well.
Okay. I just want to make sure that all students are getting what they need. We as teachers, sometimes those on the lower end of the spectrum get a lot of attention, and then those on the higher end, but those sometimes in the middle get overlooked, and I just want to make sure that we are looking at all students.
Well, we would be glad to amend it to weekly contact.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Luckadoo? Okay. All right, well, with that, if there's no further discussion, then we will Look for a motion. Not everyone at once.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Sutton for how many years, Mr. Sutton?
3 years, as long as there's no hog tying of teachers.
Right, thank you. So we have a motion to approve for 3 years and seconded by Ms. Woods. Any further discussion? Okay, then all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Congratulations, Harrison. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Pratt and your team. We look
Thank you.
forward to hearing good things from you in the future.
Thank you.
Back again. I'm trying
Have a
not to
good
bring
day.
anything you've already seen. All right, so we have Valley Springs next. And they are here with a digital application for grades K-12. Teaching load waiver will not be required for this digital learning request. And someone's on from Valley Springs.
Hi, my name is Kyle Mallett. I'm the superintendent at Valley Springs. Our application is actually for 7 through 12, not K-12.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mallett. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
And I have Angie Bogle, my high school principal, here with me as well.
Buckle, Miss Buckle, good morning. Okay, we're going to start with Mr. Lookadoo. Do you have any questions? No, okay. Ms. Newton.
Your application was very interesting. I saw where your teachers had already been using the flipped classroom, and so that's going to make this transition, I think, easier. I just want to put a plug in that I want to come visit one day. This was very intriguing, and this was a model that I hadn't seen, and so just to see the blended model of the combo of on-site and virtual. So just want to put a plug in that once you get up and going, I want to come see.
Absolutely, anytime.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Moore.
Yes, I also was intrigued by your application and that it does look different from a lot of districts. Just to be clear, the teachers, when they will be teaching, it will be not a dual role position. You will be virtual or you will be in person. Is that correct?
During that class period.
Yeah, right.
And we're a small district, so I couldn't dedicate somebody just to virtual. Plus, we're hoping the numbers are low enough that we won't need it. We're just really requesting it for a specialized group of students. And so it wouldn't be dual synchronous and, with kids in the classroom and kids not, they'll have their own class period for the virtual students.
Okay. I think you're one of the only districts that requires a little bit of on-site. So you have the first 2 weeks on-site. What will that time look like for students?
Well, we noticed this year that we just missed that face-to-face interaction. We want the students and the staff to get to know one another. And also they need to know our process as well, what our expectations are. And we'll also have a parent orientation as well during that time, just so they really know what they're getting into. And they know our expectations as we go throughout this process.
I noticed, is it 70% you have to maintain in a course to remain virtual? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that will be something you'll go over at parent and student orientation.
Yes, ma'am.
What do your numbers look like for next year?
Less than 10 per grade in the high school. Same thing at the middle school. In 7 and 8, we really did it just for in case we have a special circumstance, but we're really focusing on 9 through 12. But each grade level will be less than 10 students.
Okay. I think I'm looking at my notes. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Rankin.
Yes, my question was just a curiosity on what the numbers were looking like for next year too, and Dr. Moore covered that, so I have no further questions, but I'm intrigued by this model as well, Dr. Mallett.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. McFetrich.
Yes, I noticed that your teachers are also creating courses. How are you supporting them doing that?
Well, actually, we've been doing this flipped classroom model for 3 years now. We have a group of motivated teachers, so mainly the core teachers that have been working towards this the entire time. I mean, yes, we have textbooks, but they're just, the classes they're creating are just going above and beyond that to really meet the needs, because we have some different students that really need some different things. So we're trying to tailor the curriculum to their exact needs. And Ms. Bo can speak more to this as well.
Most of our core teachers are pre-AP and AP trained, and a lot of them are following those curriculums.
Okay, good. Thank you. You're also doing a parent orientation. Are you giving the parents more ongoing support than just one orientation?
Oh, absolutely. So we're gonna be in contact. Like I said, we're from a smaller community, so we have those communication all the time. Because you can't just do it up front. To really be successful, it has to be it's a partnership, and so we want that partnership to continue.
All right, very good. And I also appreciate the fact that you're offering food bags to your students as well. So the whole child initiative is, as you know, so important. Thank you for that.
All right, Mr. Sutton? Okay. I think I got everyone online with us. Just to echo what my colleagues have said, it was very good, very interesting. Some of the points that they hit with the 70%. I love, of course, I love the parent orientation for parents to be able to see you face to face and to get that level of comfort at the beginning of the school year. I think is so special, so important. So thank you for doing that. I want to say, I have my notes on this one, but I believe you're one of the ones that did the stakeholder survey, and you had a link to it. And I think you had teachers, you had students, you had parents, grandparents, and I think they even had handwritten notes on there with different questions that they had. I love that. I love that you were engaging all of your different stakeholders in this process and making sure that they're a part of it and engaged. So I think that's a really good thing, and I hope you all continue to do that. So definitely appreciate that. So if we don't have any other questions or comments or discussion, we are ready for a motion for Valley Springs School District.
I'll move to approve for 3 years.
All right, we have a motion by Dr. Rankin to approve Valley Springs waiver for 3 years. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Ms. McFetrich. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Congratulations, Valley Springs. Thank you, Mr. Mallon and Ms. Buckle, for joining us today. Y'all have a great day. Look forward to hearing from y'all soon.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Dr. Pride.
All right, so we have Berryville as our next applicant, and they're applying for a digital learning program for grades K-12. Also, I would like to note that they do have the daily Science of Reading synchronous lessons for 45 minutes.
All right, thank you. Okay, who do we have online for Berryville? Do we have anyone? I see someone in the corner.
Yes, I'm Christy Graham. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Christy Graham, the school improvement specialist in over curriculum, and I have Aaron Hall, who is math facilitator. The superintendent had to step out. He may come in a few minutes, but he had a meeting, so he'll be right back, hopefully.
I understand. Thank you so much for joining us today. Okay, questions. Let's start with Dr. Moore. No, not yet. Okay. Ms. Newton.
Talk to me a little bit about the K-6 part of your program. I know that you have the daily Science of Reading lessons, 45 minutes a day, and they are expected to follow a schedule for the first 10 days synchronous, and after that a weekly check-in. But can you tell me on the K-6 the 45-to-1 ratio, is that one teacher per grade, or how is that going to work?
Right now, we just are thinking one teacher for the K-6. We have capped our K-2 at 15 kids. We really did not want to offer a K-2 option, but we have interest, parents who are interested, and we felt like if we didn't offer it, we would lose some students. So we decided we would go ahead and offer that K-2. We are very adamant that our K-2 and actually K-6 kids get their science of reading instruction. So even though at the K-5 level, we're using Edgenuity as a provider for some of our content, we are using Haggerty, our Phonics First, the Benchmark Universe reading curriculum, all of the resources that we have on site, we will also be using with our K-6 students who will be in virtual. And honestly, we don't really know how many kids we have right now that will be virtual because we were waiting until we got approved to send out our applications. We did do a survey, and we know we've got a few kids at K2 that are interested, and some at the 3-5 level that are interested, as well as middle school and high school. But we really want to make sure that even though that one teacher is K-5, that she's able to manage the small groups for the phonics instruction, because that is one thing that's required. They will have to have daily 45-minute phonics instruction, and also literacy, the early literacy, using the Benchmark Reading Universe, where Edgenuity is not aligned to the science of reading. They will have to do some either small groups or virtual Zoom lessons with the kids. But we hope to keep that pretty small.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
But it brought up other concerns for me when you're talking to me. So you're talking about one teacher, K-5, but that teacher's going to do 45 minutes per day of science of reading with each one of those grades, and then also do small group lessons along with that. So and do their weekly check-ins with each child. So I'm already worried about that teacher.
Well, we have in the morning, we have scheduled time for the phonics and the literacy instruction. The afternoon is for small groups. What we plan to do is we have iReady, which we use as an assessment. There are many things that once we assess children, we can group them in like groups. So you might have some kindergarten and first grade kids who are together because you've got kindergarten kids who are ready for a phonics lesson that a first grade student might have. And again, those numbers at K2 will be small. So hoping to be able to group them in like lessons is what we're planning to do. Does that answer your question? As far as being able to, we will assess and determine where those kids are and what they need, and those will be the lessons that are provided. A lot of our kids need the phonemic awareness. A lot of that's the same thing. So you can group, 2 kindergarten and 2 first grade kids together to do those lessons. And we use the Haggerty lessons that have the articulation, that kind of things for the Zoom that could help our kids.
Okay.
And if we have to, we'll hire an additional person for that K-6. We're not expecting a big number at that K-5 level or K-6 level. So that's why right now we're just saying 1, but there is always that potential of needing to hire another one if we get up to that. I mean, we've limited it to 45. If we felt like we needed another person, we would go ahead and hire somebody.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know that I really have any questions. I think the concern Ms. Newton just brought up of K-5 for one particular person being able to handle it does seem like quite a bit. So I think anything you could add just to say that support would be there. I think that is a large task to take on if you have students in each of those grade levels, to be able to provide that instruction and put that all on one person. That would be a concern for me. But yeah, so there's not really a question in there, but that's fine.
Thank you for your input. We appreciate it.
We will make sure that we hire someone additional if that's overloading that teacher. We also have two literacy instructional facilitators. We have myself, who is also a literacy specialist, and we have a dyslexia specialist who will also be readily available to help that teacher to do screenings, that kind of stuff that might need to be done during the course of the day.
Okay.
So we will make sure that they're supported.
All right, thank you. Do we have any further questions from anyone?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So has that K-6 teacher already been hired for that position?
No.
Okay. And it's going to be posted or just selected within district?
It will be selected from one of the staff members. We have some staff members who have asked or who have inquired and said that they were interested. So we have a list of applicants. We just haven't decided yet. We are waiting on approval.
How did you all do virtual this current school year for students?
We used a platform that our kids, the virtual kids, logged into and completed their lessons. And then we had some in the K-5 level. Some of our teachers did some Zoom lessons with their kids, but basically it was through the platform mostly.
Okay. What kind of feedback? Do you expect a lot of those parents to continue to choose virtual?
Not at the K-5 level. At one point, we were about 33% district-wide, with mostly 47% at the high school. We never really got over 20% of our kids at the K-5 level. So we don't really anticipate a whole lot of interest at that K-5 level. We really anticipate more interest at the high school level, especially like our seniors and juniors. And that's really why we're offering it more, so that we're not losing students to a virtual option. Because we've had some students, some of our homeschool students, and even some of our students that have done virtual through some of the other schools that offered virtual. So we actually lost some students because of that. So that's one of the reasons why we decided that we needed to offer a virtual option, was so that our students had that option. So we do see our seniors liking that option because they can work and then do their work at a different time, which we are prepared for that too. So if we have students who are working during the day, then a teacher will not work certain hours during the day so that she can offer some time at the night time for those students who are working. So we really anticipate having more students at the high school level than any of the other levels.
Okay, and then shifting back again and just circling back to the class size for K-6, why was 45 chosen?
We basically just came up with a number. We thought about 5 kids per grade level for K4 or K3 was kind of a limit we were looking at, no more than 5 kids. And then we were looking about 7 kids for the 4, 5, 6 level. So just kind of a random number of what we thought a teacher would be able to handle.
Okay. And at that 5, 6 level, they'll be teaching all subjects?
Yes.
In all grade levels? Okay.
And we also have, we have the Edgenuity, which we're using as the platform. So that will be the main teaching source for that, other than the science of reading.
Okay, I want to echo concerns I've had in other applications that it sounds like this year, if you were virtual, there wasn't necessarily a lot of high-touch synchronous time periods, but there will be next year with this one
Yes.
teacher.
There will be a lot more synchronous than we had previously.
Okay. Shifting to high school, what will you use Virtual Arkansas for?
We're not using Virtual Arkansas,
Oh,
we're
you're
using
not.
Edmentum.
Okay, okay, sorry, I have the wrong notes down. So all of your 7-12 courses will be taught by Berryville teachers? Will they?
Using Edmentum as a curriculum.
Okay. Will they be, in that sense, doing a dual role in the same class period, or will you be able to schedule out block period for virtual and block for in-person?
We'll have designated teachers that will teach that only as a virtual for the core.
Okay, will they teach multiple subjects, or they will teach their core subject?
They'll teach their core subject, and then we have, with Edmentum, we have the ability to offer electives through some of their teachers, or we can use some of our teachers as a teacher of record, and then our content teachers would help supervise that.
Okay, will you have any policies that if a student is failing, they will revert to in-person?
Yes, we actually have built in, if they drop to a C, that they may be required to come on campus. We actually are going to be housed in a separate location that will have like a classroom, places for the teachers to do Zooms. But if kids drop to a C, then we will ask those kids to come probably on site to do some face-to-face instruction if the teacher feels like that's a need.
Okay. How many 11th and 12th graders do you expect to use this option next year?
I feel like we'll have numbers higher at the 11th and 12th grade because we were averaging about 40 kids in our juniors and seniors.
And how many do you have a grade level overall?
We have about 100. It depends, like sometimes it's 120, 130, 150 per grade level.
I guess with numbers like that, you're not going to require any student. I mean, I know every student has to take a digital course in their career, but you're not going to require students to do digital because there's only a few that are selecting in person, would you?
I'm sorry.
You're not going to offer any courses solely digitally?
Yes, we already offer some courses digitally through the high school with Virtual Arkansas.
Okay.
So we do have that option at the high school level if they just want to take a digital class and not be virtual. Is that what you're asking?
Okay, so they do that on site?
Yes, they do that on site.
Okay. But you will not you will maintain all of your on-site courses?
Yes.
No matter your numbers?
No matter the numbers.
Okay.
If we have to hire additional staff, we're willing to do that. We just don't think, we're overstaffed now, which is why we think we can do it without additional staff.
Okay. And did this go through the PPC process? What kind of feedback did y'all get from those secondary teachers?
Yes, they thought that this would be the best way to do it. We had a lot of teachers that did not want to serve a dual role. That was very hard for them during the COVID time. We had a lot of stressed teachers. We even had to move to a 4-day period and do a virtual Friday because of the stress that our teachers were under in trying to do an on-site and then also meet the needs of those virtual kids. So they elected they would prefer that we just did a virtual school and do it exclusively separate from them.
Okay, and they're all aware of these plans in that sense?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I guess that brings up a question for the department I haven't asked yet. There is no option for districts to do virtual Fridays next year, one day. They will all have to, because a number of districts did that this year. It'll be, okay.
Ivy Pfeffer, and no, there is not an option for a district to do a virtual day in lieu of the required 178 days of instruction. So we've made that clear to school districts, and we'll continue to communicate that they need to be open for in-person learning for a 6-hour instructional day for all of those that are required. Now, there are options for district to have additional days built into their school schedule because of when teachers are on a 190-day contract. You have some professional development days, but you do have some additional time in there that could be additional instructional days. We know of a couple of districts that have done that in the past, and I've actually spoken to another district that's thinking about doing that in terms of transitioning back some of their young students into kindergarten and first grade who may have not gone to kindergarten last year. So they were looking at possibly adding a couple of days into their calendar and providing some flexibility there, but the 178 will be required on site.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other questions or discussion?
Let me ask one more. For high school, it sounds like you probably have a number of those upper level 11th and 12th grade students that are working. Do you all have CTE courses and
Yes, ma'am.
And will those be offered virtually?
Yes. And some of them will even be offered in a hybrid approach, like if they have to come on campus, then they can do that for a CTE course. We also have what we call a Connect 4 program, which is more industrial, welding, that kind of stuff, and the virtual kids can also participate in that and any electives that they want or any extracurricular activities.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and with that, we are ready for a motion for Berryville.
Motion to approve.
For how many years?
3 years.
3
3
years.
years.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sutton. We have a motion for 3 years for the Berryville waivers. To have a second.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Ms. McFetrich. If there's no other discussion, then all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, motion passes. Congratulations, Berryville. Thank y'all for joining us today. Let's take, oh, thank you. Y'all have a good day. Let's take a 30-minute break. That'll give us an opportunity to get something to eat, refresh yourselves a little bit. I think we have 5 more after this, and let's see if we can move expeditiously on the next 5 and see if we can
Don't tease me.
and see if we can get these right. See if we can get
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. All right, so we will meet back here at 12:30 for the last 5 for today. Thank y'all so much. Thank you all for those that are online. Thank you for your patience, and hopefully we'll be done soon. Thanks.
The recording has stopped.
All right, we're going to bring this meeting back into order. And we only have 5 left, and we are at Pea Ridge School District. Before we get started, I just want to say really quickly, I appreciate everyone's time and patience. I know this has been a very thorough process. We appreciate the district, Desi and everyone, Ms. Smith and all of the staff, Dr. Pride, everyone that's worked so hard on each one of these applications. We know there's a lot of eyes that are seeing this. And I think that needs to be said, that that's already been through somewhat of a vetting process. Not somewhat, it has been through a vetting process with Desi. And we're hoping that as we go through these, I think we have over 130 left. And we want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity for an approval and has the time to prepare properly for the next school year. So I'll just implore everyone to try to keep things as succinct and expeditious as possible, so that we can let everyone have the opportunity to prepare. Those that are answering questions with the district, if you can be as succinct as possible with your answers, I think that would help to expedite the process as well. But we want to be thorough, but we want to strike that balance of making sure that we do it in a timely manner. So with that, if you would, Mr. Benton, Pea Ridge.
Don Benton, Desi Research and Technology. We present to you Pea Ridge, and you're correct, we have about 5 left, so I think about a minute on each one of these will be ample time. But they are looking for K-12, and they have asked for a 5-year waiver, just so you're aware of that. I know we're talking about some different things, and they're looking at K-6 virtual only, 7-12 virtual, and on-site, but not at the same time. So I lead you into Pea Ridge. I think Kevin Martin was online and maybe some of his team.
So Mr. Martin's had to leave to a meeting. He's our superintendent. I'm Ann Martfeld, assistant superintendent, and I have Miss Dana Tabor, our executive director of teaching and learning, with me today, and she will be driving this, but we'll be right here for any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Okay, we'll start with any questions. Ms. Woods. Ms. McFetridge.
Yes, if you could talk to us, I think you've heard most of the day about your class size and your teaching load. I know it's a little bit higher than what we've been looking at, and if you can talk to us about that, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
Our teaching load at the elementary level, we asked for a waiver to be double the standards. We took that number based on our initial enrollment at the beginning of this school year, and where we reached a peak. At the max, we had 42 students in 2nd grade, and that was the most that a teacher had over their load. And so we know that we will not go to that extreme. Right now, our current request for virtual at the K-6 level, we have 0 kindergartners. We have not really opened it up for kindergartners. But between 1st and 6th grade, we only have 8 students right now committed to virtual. And so we definitely don't intend to use that waiver. We just know that the mobility of the virtual students this school year was much more than what we were quickly able to accommodate moving into the face-to-face classroom or back to virtual. And so that having that increased teacher load allows us to make sure that the student has some continuity while we adjust our staffing to be a more traditional class size. We do not intend to say that that person can have double the kindergartners and double the 1st graders and double the 2nd graders. It really is just what an elementary load would be. So like for our K-3 person, no more than 40 students on their teaching load in our new model. For our secondary students, we at our max enrollment in this school year had 220 virtual students in grades 7 through 12. We quickly were able to adjust our staffing with our on-site teachers to pull support so that we've never got over 150 with our virtual teachers. But we know that for, again, that continuity of services for students, making sure that they could stay with the teacher they had been with while we adjusted our roles allows us that ability. But we don't intend to go over 150 for our virtual at the secondary level as well. Right now, we have 47 students in grades 7 through 12 committed to virtual for the next school year.
Well, I think my concern is, you know, why ask for that kind of class size and teaching load when you know you're not going to go over it? I mean, that's a real concern, especially down the road. What happens 2 or 3 years from now? Oh, we got this waiver and we can go above that now. It's not our intent today, but how can you assure us then that that is going to be the case, that you won't go over the normal average size?
I think that for us, we are happy to adjust that. That's not a sticking point. We've already hired a K3 virtual teacher as well as a 4-6 virtual teacher that will be their only duty to serve virtual students. For 7-12, like most people have done the per period ratio, we're happy to amend. To be frankly transparent, I don't think we knew we had the opportunity to amend before today. So we're happy to reduce that to a more manageable number instead of 100%, you know, instead of doubling those numbers based on recommendation.
Yeah, especially for those early grades like we've been talking about.
So I don't know how to formally adjust that, but I think we are happy to amend those numbers to say more of a 5 to 7 ratio above the class size for those grade bands.
Ms. Smith, do you know how they would do that, or is that something we can address today?
Ms. Freno is going to address that.
I couldn't understand exactly how many she said. It wasn't clear what the number she said when she was talking.
Okay, well, as far as the legal question, the school district, if they today amend during this meeting, I mean, of course, it's being recorded and there's a court reporter, that will be incorporated into any approval of the application that is made. And Ms. Newton, you wanted the school district to restate the numbers that they are willing to give, and they would have to give an actual number so that we can incorporate that into, you know, before the application is approved or denied.
A teacher serving grades K through 3 and a teacher that's serving grades 4 through 6 would not go above a class size of 30. Meaning, one teacher that serves K3 will serve 30 students.
30?
And one teacher, 30. And then one teacher that serves grades 4-6 will serve 30.
30, okay.
Yeah, so a 30-to-1 ratio, grades K through 6.
Thank you.
And your 7-12's at 220.
We're happy to amend that to about to 170.
170, okay.
170 for ratio 7-12.
Thank you.
Would be calculated for that.
Well, thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. I noticed that you also support your teachers using your PLCs, which is always a great tool to do it with. How do you plan on, or do you plan on using the Northwest Arkansas Co-op to help support you? What kind of a partnership do you have with them?
Well, luckily, our co-op has been an outstanding resource and support through just the regular scheduled meetings, but through this process, they vetted our plan with us consistently, digitally and face-to-face several times with experts from the assistant director and some of her supports through the dyslexia specialists at our co-op and all the areas. The RISE specialists reviewed each section of our plan and gave us feedback. And that wasn't exclusive to Pea Ridge, that was for all the schools in our cooperative that were submitting the digital learning plan. So a partner hand in hand.
All right. Thank you. No further questions. I appreciate you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sutton? Okay, Dr. Rankin?
No questions?
Okay, thank you. Ms. Woods? Okay, Dr. Moore?
Yes, I noticed if this is correct, in your grade bands 3 through 6, it looked like after an initial early period of synchronous, it was mainly asynchronous. Is this correct? Can you
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you repeat the question? I cannot hear you.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in grades 3 through 6, after an initial period of synchronous, the majority of the work is asynchronous. Is that correct?
Correct. And do you want the thought behind that, or do you have
Yes.
another question, part of the question?
Why y'all chose to do it that way?
Sure. We established a student protocols or student engagement protocols throughout this school year. And our intent for virtual moving forward is really for the student who is, has a reason for being virtual, and that our students who really learn best by the traditional classroom face-to-face, so back face-to-face. So that
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you
Yes.
speak a little bit louder or get a little closer to the mic? We're having
Sure.
a hard time understanding you.
Sure. Can you hear me better?
That is better. A little bit
Okay.
louder, as loud as you can.
Sure. The engagement protocols really allow us to monitor students' progress. And since our content is delivered through the learning management system and is a packaged content that our teachers are really curating throughout, that allows the student to move asynchronously, but we're monitoring them and their progress. They do have weekly check-ins on their individual progress as well as morning meetings. And as soon as a student is not making that weekly progress, they come back to that synchronous piece of it. And that was something we got from our stakeholder feedback early on with our parents. Those that were already knew early on that they were going to stay virtual for even the next school year, said that they needed more flexibility in how their student learned in the time and the day where it was, because many of them were in different settings throughout the day while a parent was at work and they were learning at home in the afternoon. And so that really enables us to do that for the students who are being supported.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, Dr. Moore? Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Newton.
I'm not, part of what you said I couldn't understand, so I may ask a question that you answered just a minute ago, and if I do, I apologize. Is your curriculum teacher created, or are you using a provider?
We are using really a hybrid model in that our core content is created. It's a package that we've purchased, a provider, and our teachers are curating it. So they're going through making sure it's standards aligned, making sure it's in line with what our students are doing face-to-face so that they can work through that PLC model. But our phonics our teachers are using phonics first in the face-to-face classroom. They'll be delivering that with the virtual platform with the teacher created version of it.
And the phonics is just going to be K2? How far?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're not going to do anything past second grade with?
3 through 6 will be intervention, just like our face-to-face students. That phonics first rolls over to the intervention piece. We do use Lexia Core 5 for grades K through 4, which also picks up some of the foundational reading skills and phonics intervention.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Lookadu? Okay. All right, if there are no more questions, then we are ready for a motion for Pea Ridge School District.
Motion to approve.
For how many years?
3 years.
We have a motion to approve the district waiver for 3 years. Do I have a second?
Ms. Dean, do we need to also include their adjustment in class size and teaching load?
I think it could go either way. It's assumed that that is incorporated, but I think Ms. McFetrich makes a good point, and we can just, if the motion could be changed to approve for 3 years as amended.
As amended, okay. All right. So, Mr. Sutton, do you want to change that motion to 3 years?
Motion to approve as amended for 3 years.
Okay, thank you. And that's seconded by who?
I'll second that.
Oh, Ms. McFetrich. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, okay. The motion is approved for Pea Ridge School District. Congratulations, and thank you all for joining us today. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You're welcome. Thanks. Okay. Mr. Benton.
Next on the agenda is Bentonville. They're looking for a 3-year. I want to remind everyone out in virtual land, speaking your best middle school teacher voice, because we can't hear you a lot on this end, even though you think we can. And Dan probably has the volume maxed out. Just of note, according to my notes, they're only asking for the 6-hour day, clock hours, and recess waivers. They are looking at a K-12 model. They have a tiered approach. K-6, daily required synchronous instruction. 7 through 8, 3 days required synchronous instruction. 9 through 12, 2 days required synchronous instruction. I thought it'd be important to point that out to you guys, that they are taking that into consideration. So we have representatives from Bentonville. I know that Debbie Jones is the superintendent there. I don't know who is on for her representation. Miss Morrow is in here. Thank you.
Hello there. I'm Dr. Jennifer Morrow. I'm the Executive Director for grades 9 through 12. I have with me today my colleagues. Dr. Matt Safright is the Executive Director for our middle grades. Mrs. Tamara Gibson is our Executive Director for K4. And we have with us Mr. Josh Best, who is our principal for the upper grades part of our virtual school.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Dr. Morrow, Dr. Safright, Mrs. Gibson, and Mr. Best. Glad to have y'all today. Okay, do we have any questions we'll start with Dr. Rankin.
No questions.
Okay, Mr. Sutton.
No questions.
Ms. Woods.
No, ma'am.
Ms. McFettridge.
No, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lookadoo. Ms. Newton.
I wanted to compliment you on your sync days that you're planning on keeping in contact with your students. My question is, on the lower grades, are you having one teacher per grade?
Ms. Gibson will answer that for you.
Okay, and do you have any idea of planned max numbers?
Yes. What we'll have right now, we currently have 214 K through 4 students enrolled for virtual next year, as opposed to 1,500 we currently have. And we will stay within state ratios. So right now, I've got 2 kindergarten teachers, 2 first grade, 3 second, 2 third, and 2 fourth. We will not go over state maximums, and we are running a bit of a waiting list in a couple of those grades. We will wait, for instance, in first, second, third grade until we hit 12 or 13 on a waiting list to open a new class, and we will put a new teacher in with those students.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Dr. Moore? Okay. All right, there's no further questions or discussion. We are ready for a motion for Bentonville School District.
Move to approve for 3 years.
We have a motion to approve by Ms. Newton for 3 years.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Woods. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Congratulations. Thank you all for joining us today, and y'all have a great day. All right,
Thank
Mr.
you all.
Benton.
Okay, next is Springdale. We have, I believe Marcia Smith is online. It looks like she's there. Good to see her. We're looking at a 5-year request, which you guys may want to reconsider. Also asynchronous, synchronous models. Several of the providers that we're very familiar with from all the ones you've already previously looked at. And they had an extensive request that they answered. If you'll see the email that they sent in along with that for the science of reading and some other concerns that we had. But I think they addressed all of our concerns, so we'll let Marcia take it from here.
Okay. Ms. Smith, welcome. Glad to have you today.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Marcia Smith, Associate Superintendent. I also have Ms. Kendra Clay. She is our legal counsel. And so I'm happy to answer any questions unless you would like me to explain our plan.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Clay. Thank you for joining us as well. Let's start with Dr. Moore.
Was something amended that you said? Because I didn't see an email. I'm sorry. Okay.
Nothing was amended from ours.
Okay.
Okay.
That was internal.
Okay. Then no, I don't have any questions right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Sorry, Ms. Newton.
I guess I didn't see where you answered the K2 questions, because that's what I've got marked on mine as far as the reading. Could you give me just a little bit information on sync, async, your schedule, that sort of thing, especially in K2?
Sure. So I want to be real clear that we're not asking for a virtual platform. We do have Don Tyson School of Innovation, which is a K through 12 virtual school. So any student that is fully virtual will attend that school. What we're requesting are those unique situations that arise throughout the school year where our students become disconnected, and I'll give you a very specific example. So for instance, we have a large Marshallese and Hispanic population, and there are situations where they might need to travel outside of the country for maybe 3 weeks. We want them to stay connected. What has happened in the past is they have gone, and after 2 weeks, we drop them for lack of attendance. When they come back, it's a matter of trying to get them caught up. And so this will allow us to continue to work with them virtually, no matter where they are. We do have some extensive supports from our teachers to our instructional assistants, to our interventionist counselors. We have social workers. Of course, we'll continue with the speech, dyslexia, and special ed services while they are gone. We expect that this will only be for small time periods, maybe 3 weeks at a time when this might occur. We don't expect very many students to need this. We kind of figured out maybe we might have anywhere between 50 and 100 next year that might utilize this out of a population of 23,000.
Okay. And so it would be actually in their normal classroom with their normal teacher?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it would be.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lucadew. Okay. Ms. McFetrich.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Sutton. Dr. Rankin.
No questions.
Ms. Woods. Okay, all right. No questions, no further discussion. We are ready for a motion for Springdale School District.
I'll move to approve for 3 years.
All right, we have a motion to approve for 3 years by Dr. Rankin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. McFetrich. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Seeing none, the motion passes. Congratulations. Ms. Clay and Ms. Smith, thank you so much for joining us today. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Mr. Benton.
Okay, we have Fort Smith. They're looking for waivers for attendance, 6-hour day clock hours, and recess. They're looking at K8 and K2 models. They're doing a tiered approach as well, based on a K2, 3, 5, 6, 8 approach on how many hours per week they're going to interact with students. I'll let them explain that in more detail, and we'll turn it over to them now.
All right, thank you. All right, who do we have from Fort Smith? Is it Ms. Hall? Who do we have from Fort Smith?
Yes, I'm here, and Mr. Mahan, I believe, is also still on the Zoom.
Yeah, I'm Marty Mahan, Deputy Superintendent, and Dr. Hall is our Assistant Director of Innovation. We'll be here to answer your questions. Just want to start off by explaining that our current enrollment is 171 for K-8. We have a staff of 17 teachers, and of course our Assistant Director, Dr. Hall. We are looking at using this waiver to bridge as we begin to work on a conversion charter. So we do have a goal of converting this to a conversion charter, and we're in the process of that now as well. All of our teachers are RISE trained, and of course we assess student progress through iStation. And we have had a great experience this year. Of course, like everyone else that has spoken today, our program was really large initially, and we saw enrollment come back to on-site as we moved toward the year. But we do still have community demands for virtual options to be in place. And so this is why we are stand up this model. We've worked with focus groups with our parents and teachers, students this year to get feedback and kind of tweak how we operate and how we do things, even our hours of operation and expectations around Zoom and expectations around different type of learnings. And Dr. Hall and her staff have tried multiple times to do some on-site kind of socio-emotional learning meetings, some fun events to get kids connected. And those kids too are still connected to their home elementary, like some of the models we've heard of earlier as well. So they still have access to any course they want to take. They don't want to take it virtually. They can take that at their home site. We have conducted multiple surveys to get feedback, and we've partnered with Pearson Connexus for our learning management system and our content. And as we've gone through the year, our teachers have monitored grades and also engagement, and those that are not engaging or not performing, we have encouraged them to return to on-site. We've sent social workers to speak with families, and of course our staff has reached out to try to encourage those families to go to an on-site. I've always said virtual option is an option. It's not the best option. So we want to make sure that those that are choosing this option are going to be successful, and we need to be able to scaffold the support for that. Again, I mentioned currently our enrollment's 171. We had a window of enrollment for a couple of weeks. We will open that window again in July. We anticipate staying probably under 300 students this year, K-8. And with that, Dr. Hall will be the expert to answer questions, and I can answer those as well. And so what questions would you have of us?
Okay, thank you, Dr. May and Dr. Hall. I'm going to start with Dr. Moore.
Yeah, so just to clarify that, so your 9-12 conversion charter virtual.
We are K-8 in this plan. Both of our high schools are schools of innovation.
Okay.
They will have the apparatus in place to offer virtual. We're not finding there's a big demand at the 9-12 at this point. I think it's probably less than 20 students. Of course, none of us know what's going to happen over the summer, but they're both equipped to offer virtual under their School of Innovation status.
Okay. And I saw that you are not asking for class size waivers for the elementary.
No, ma'am.
And I'm sure if you've heard us ask other districts, I have particular concern around K-3 reading.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes, I have particular concern around K-3 reading and wanted you to speak a little bit to that, please.
Dr. Hall?
Yes, sir. First, let me apologize. I'd already committed to attending a college orientation with my son today, so I've just kind of ducked off to a quiet place throughout the day so if somebody walks by. For K-3, we do have dedicated staff for our virtual, and that includes our own Fort Smith, Arkansas certified teachers. They've all been through the RISE training as well. And so we are using the Pearson Connexus platform, but then we also use that as a primary resource, but we bring in our own resources and specifically our teachers for the synchronous lessons and for the science of reading, specifically in the reading site. We also have a heavy emphasis in the synchronous math. Our plan is to require at least 1 day a week of synchronous attendance, and that's a minimum. Students, obviously for the youngest students with the science of reading, we will have more small groups for that based on their progress and their Lexile levels and formative assessments. We'll use a variety of criteria. And then obviously students that are struggling will definitely be required to attend more small group interventions throughout the week as well. We will monitor closely, and students that are falling behind and not participating in those, we will reach out, work with parents, et cetera. And then eventually if students are struggling and continue to struggle in the virtual model for whatever reason, we will recommend that they go back on site.
And I would add too, we currently have throughout this school year and even as of right now offer additional interventions in reading after hours with our, not only our teachers that are RISE trained, but our interventionists. And we've had a really good response to some hours that fall outside the workday that we may not access a student. So those interventions have been very successful this year with our virtual students as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Sutton. Ms. McFetridge.
Yes, I just want to say I appreciate you offering the virtual health and PE courses. We haven't seen a lot of that today, so that's great. And also I like your comprehensive counseling plan as well, really reaching out and working with that whole child. So congratulations on that. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Rankin.
No questions?
Okay. Ms. Woods? Okay. Ms. Newton?
My only concern was the K2 reading meeting just one time a week, but I think you have plans for small groups after that. So hopefully that will build enough of a foundation that those students will be okay with those.
Yes, and we will reevaluate and as we go through that and make sure that we are meeting their needs.
Okay. All right, if there are no further questions or discussion, we are ready for a motion for Fort Smith School District.
I make the motion to approve the Fort Smith School District for 3 years.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. McFetridge for approval for 3 years. Do we have a second? Seconded by Ms. Newton. We have a second by Ms. Newton. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Hall and Dr. Mahan, for joining us today. Y'all have a great day and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I found the one we've been looking for.
All right.
It's the last one?
Yes.
All right, so this is West Memphis. They're asking for 1 year. They're asking for attendance, class size, 6-hour clock hours, recess. They are not asking for the teacher load waiver. They are looking at synchronous, asynchronous options. One thing of note, K6 is virtual only for those teachers, and 712 dual but not simultaneous. I think that's important to note. I see that my colleagues, Gary Jackson, John Collins, and some others are on here to answer questions. Give them hard questions if you don't mind, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Appreciate you.
All right, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Collins, welcome. Thank y'all for being here today. We're gonna, let's see, we'll start with Mr. Lookadoo for any questions.
No questions.
Okay. Ms. Newton.
Thank you for being here, and I'll try not to listen to Don on that. So first question was, why are you asking just for 1 year?
Well, as probably Mr. Sutton can relate to this closer than anybody outside possibly Secretary Key or Dr. Pepper or Dr. Smith. When we came through when COVID first hit, we stood, Crittenden County, Arkansas was standing on the gold medal podium for about 4 or 5 weeks there. And then when we started school this year, we were standing on the gold medal stand again for the most students. I think out of all 262 school districts, we had the most students who were opting for virtual delivery, to the point that, I mean, we started school with 87% of our kids wanting delivery virtual. Wow. And so we service a high minority, high poverty population. And unlike everybody else that's presented before us today, right or wrong, fair or unfair, we play in the shadows of Memphis, Tennessee. Mm-hmm. And Memphis, Tennessee did not start school until about 5 weeks ago, K through 12. Our community does not, they don't pick up Jonesboro news, they don't pick up Little Rock news, they pick up 5 news stations in Memphis every day at 5 p.m. And so we are compared a lot with our next door neighbors just across the Mississippi River. We have worked hard to recapture and re-engage our student body. It has still been a challenge at different levels and really different neighborhoods in our community. And so our intention is much like what has been stated here today. You know, I heard Dr. Moore say early on, if this doesn't work, then, you know, we can adjust and bring this back and we can look at it. And I agree with Mr. Sutton's assessment earlier. I think this is a work in progress and we're going to be learning as we go. But it was very difficult to appeal to honestly, our minority population to come back. We had a couple of significant deaths right before school started. We had a couple of other elected leaders that are not associated with our educational system make their interpretation based on what they thought was good for West Memphis, Arkansas School District based on Memphis, Tennessee's decision. And so we had a lot of, hey, you stay in your lane and we'll stay in our lane conversations early on in August and September. So long story short, we're working hard to re-engage our students. It is our hope that, just like you've stated today, as we work through this and we see opportunities for adjustment, opportunities for monitoring and adjusting and maybe pivoting back to full-time on-site delivery, we just felt like 1 year was enough, hopefully give us enough data information as far as just re-engagement is concerned on-site, but that's the only reason we wanted to look at it. We don't intend for this to be a long-term solution. We don't intend for this to go past 1 year. We want to try to do everything we can to get back, and we may very well, if we're granted the waivers today, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that our feedback in our community of running numbers, the Delta culture is a little bit different from Northwest Arkansas, and Northwest Arkansas's culture is a little bit different from South Arkansas. So I think you have to look at everything from a geographical perspective. We may not know our exact numbers, and I know this may floor some of you until school starts. And so I would hate to be scrambling at that time of the year without a defined plan of action to deliver services to all children who still have a fear of COVID-19 for whatever reason and don't show up on the flight. That's the intent for us to use it for 1 year, monitor and adjust as we go, and hopefully we can get all of our kids back sooner than later, and we won't need it past 1 year.
Mr. Collins, I appreciate your thought process and thinking through it and your unique challenges that you face at your location. So I appreciate all of that. The only other question that I had, one of the statements was in here that virtual students will receive the same curriculum instruction as the students receive on site. And I know that you're going to use Lincoln Learning. What are your on-site students going to be doing?
I'm going to yield the floor to Ms. McCann, our assistant superintendent.
All right.
Good afternoon. What our plan includes is just that. Our teachers, virtual teachers, will be working collaboratively with the on-site teachers. I have placed each one of the elementary virtual teachers, one per grade level, on a campus that has a specialist or a master teacher in their area, so that they have the most support and the most collaborative relationship that we could foster for success. The virtual kids are going to need even better than what the on-site kids are getting, as much as we can give it. So they will collaborate with the on-site teachers. They will deliver the exact same curriculum other than social studies and science. So social studies and science are the only resource we'll use really for Lincoln Learning.
Okay.
Every art, math, and literacy will fully be exactly the same as what's delivered down the hall to our on-site students.
Okay, good. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Moore?
Yes, thank you all for sharing. This year, and I know, again, a unique situation, but are there policies in place for students who are failing courses to be required to go to on-site this year, and or is that changing for next year?
Yes, we actually went through a screening process and developed an application and set some criteria in place. And one of the criteria for being allowed to continue with virtual delivery is that you could not have failed a course this school year to continue virtual next year. And so if we have, and we've been tracking failures really since pretty hot and heavy since January 1. And so if there's a student in any course, K through 12, that has failed, we have tried to push those students through our intensive intervention plans and credit recovery programs at secondary level. But our principals have had essentially application interviews with those parents, and one of the criteria is if you failed a course, you were no longer eligible for digital delivery, because a lot of that was just just to be perfectly honest with you, for those of you who don't know, since March 13th, the 6A and 7A superintendents have been on a state call every Wednesday morning. And the disengagement piece has been one that has left all of us scratching our head and puzzled about how do you engage a disengaged kid who's highly mobile, doesn't have a phone number that's accurate, and is moving from household to household every night. And that's a large part of our population, so that's been a challenge. And so we have worked very hard to communicate that process through the spring. If you fail, you've got to be on campus, in person, present at the start of school.
In addition to that as well, if a child starts the year and fails a core subject in a quarter, they will be required to come back.
All right, thank you so much for that information. Okay, Dr. Rankin.
I'm just curious, just remind me, what do your numbers look like for this coming fall? As of right now, because I know there's a lot of uncertainty and there's no way to know until a little closer.
We're looking at less than 200 right now, but Dr. Rankin, our issue has been, it's been a compounding. Trying to survey a population who has lack of broadband access and internet access, you're not getting 100% accurate data. And so it also depends on what, COVID numbers look like, as Marty mentioned with Fort Smith or earlier, nobody's got that crystal ball. And so our last student contact day was yesterday. We ended the school year with 37% of our students still opting for virtual at-home instruction. And so if that gives you any indication of where we are, so, I think we'd be fooling ourselves if we didn't try to set a plan in place to address those concerns coming into August. We've got task force set up at each campuses that are, and 3 truancy officers that are literally going door to door and banging on doors and having conversations as much as we possibly can. But, and it may just be our location, but some of our kids and some of our families would be good candidates for the witness protection program, because when I say they are underground, they have been difficult to find, but it's not like we have not made the effort, and we're going to continue to do so all the way up to the first day of school.
All right, thank you, Mr. Collins. Ms. Woods. Okay, Mr. Sutton.
Mr. Collins, I appreciate your comments, and I agree with a lot of what you said. Northeast Arkansas is faced with challenges different from other areas in the state, so I know what you're up against. I'm in support of the request for the waiver and the application. John, I was surprised to read in your application that you were going to not have a football season this year. You might want to rethink that, or did I misread that?
Madam Chair, and for members of the state board,
here it comes.
The Duke and North Carolina rivalry and the Benton Bryant rivalry has nothing on West Memphis and where Mr. Sutton lives. We don't use that word in West Memphis.
Oh, man.
In fact, I've even jokingly said, as you travel east this summer and run into the delays going on vacation, I probably shouldn't say this because I know this is being recorded, but since Steve brought this up, I feel like I owe him a dagger here. Rumor has it that the guy that missed the inspection had a merit education. Now, West Memphis Welder is going to fix it. So it'll be good going forward.
That gives me a lot of comfort.
All right, we have no other questions or discussion. Let's keep it moving. Okay, so I think we're ready for a motion on that one. On that note, we have a motion.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve for how many years?
1 year.
One year for West Memphis School District. Do I have a second? Seconded by Ms. Newton. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Congratulations, West Memphis. Thank you, Mr. Collins, and Mr. Jackson, and Ms. McCann. Thank you for joining us today. Y'all have a great day. Okay, I think we have one more.
Yeah, so I don't know if this will fall under new business, but just to bring up that when you approve Siloam Springs, you approve them for 1 year, and the department would ask your reconsideration of that one for a 3-year approval.
All right, so do we have any questions on that or discussion?
Do we need to rescind our other, how do we need to handle that?
Lori Freno, to rescind the vote, there would have to be a motion, a second, and then a majority vote to rescind. After the vote is rescinded, then there would have to be another motion to approve the application and to make it be for 3 years. And a
Ms.
majority
Freno,
vote.
would it be the same effect for a motion to extend approval for 2 additional years?
Yes, that could be done. There are
And
so
there'd
many
be
ways to do
fewer-
these things.
Fewer steps.
Yes, or you could amend, but yeah, so that would work perfectly fine, and it would only be one motion then,
Okay.
and a second.
So whoever is ready for a motion, if you would make a motion, I think that to extend it for 2 years?
I move to extend it for 2 years for Siloam Springs.
Okay. Do we have a motion from Ms. Newton? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. We have a second from Ms. Rankin. Okay, so all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay, so we're at 3 years for Siloam Springs. I think that concludes our business for today. Thank you, everyone. I don't think we had any public comments. No public comments, okay. So thank you all, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, everybody online. I know it's been a long day, a lot of work, but we will get through these. I think as we move through this, we'll get quicker and more succinct and faster on this. So thanks all for your time, and we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.